Oh my goodness. God, day. Yeah. What a ridiculous ass day. Ugh. Damn. Goddamn. This workday was shit. Shit, I say. There's my fucking meal. Right now, I just explain. It's one of those things. Something can go wrong. It fucking will go wrong. No one in the morning did anything. Really for shit, honestly. Not that much, at least. Outside of a couple people that I know usually try their best. Mid-shift / cook called out, so fucking us all on that shit. And, of course, I come in, they're like, oh, hey, you know, it's been pretty slow for Friday. I'm sitting here just like, you don't know. You do not know what the fuck it's like. When it comes to later in the evening, bullshit, it's gonna be a slow night. And what do you know? It wasn't. God damn, dude. Man, I was just like literally non-stop running around all day today. All fucking day. Consistent. Never ending. I think it finally started slowing down and having a respite at fucking 7. And, like, at that point, I was just trying to catch shit up. Ugh. Horrible. Boo. Ugh. I'm just glad that at least, I mean, well, the day's over. I mean, it wasn't, like, utterly slammed. I will grant that. Luckily. Unfortunately, I ain't really seen that much. Because, I mean, it was still pretty fucking ridiculous. It was busy enough, essentially, to where you couldn't do anything. It's just fucking great. One of those things was like, oh yeah, you know, you're gonna have like a little bit of slow time. It's like literally only 2 minutes. And usually you're trying to catch shit up. And it's like, ugh, that was just horrible. Boo. That's all I have to say, is just boo. Oh god, and, oh man. And there's some bad people today that were kind of grinding my gears. There's some people being like, being really fucking picky about like what they want. And that was really annoying. It's like, oh yeah, you know, can you, like, give me, like, you know, these specific little, like, you know, piece of joes, or can you, like, do this and that? Like, very little, like, odd requests and shit. Which, frankly, I'm just sitting here like, do you not, like, I almost want to say it's like, I kind of have a line. I mean, I need to try to, like, help as many people here. Like, I mean, I can't, you know, like, always try to be specific. But, you know, it's like, Slow YouTube day, mushing your drink MC. Has it become slow YouTube day? I have noticed. Kind of reacted to some stuff from this morning, but not really too much else. You need an energy drink? I still feel like I need one. Like, that coffee I had this morning did not do fucking anything to me. Like, at all. Ugh. I mean, it did up until I got up to work and basically was just non-stop having to deal with bullshit. Like, it's nothing on my subscriptions list. Really? Yeah, I see some stuff that's kind of like, you know, like being premiered for tomorrow or next day or two. Alright, yeah, there ain't really much. At least not immediately. It's like Sunday status. Oh my god, yeah, you're kinda right. What the hell? Could try to take a gander, see if there is anything. Let's see. Yeah, there really isn't much. Not that I'm like perusing around. Getting a lot of like music and shit because I've been like playing a lot of music stuff on my YouTube, so get a lot of that shit. Huh. Yeah, it really is dead ass, not too much. Boo. Well, that kind of sucks. What the hell? You think there would be like, you know, different shit going on? Like I know there was like a bunch of crazy ass tornadoes the other day. Was there just like nothing about that? I guess, you know, no one's having to react, or no article, nothing, or fucking like just these literal fucking Nazis in like Florida, which at least I feel like, at least in some parts, why Florida is the way it is. I feel like it's literally just because there's like Nazis from World War II that fled to America, and they all retired to Florida. Like literally every single one of them that survived Nuremberg, or, you know, escaped that, you know, fucking, you know, eventually at some point, if they fled to the US, went to Florida and retired there. And then either got politically involved or some shit, or probably got like, you know, next of kin and, you know, taught their ways, you know, to them, and they got politically involved and culturally involved. So you literally got like that going on. And then meth in the water. Like, I'm actually starting to be partly convinced that, like, one of the main roots of the ugly, gross, amoebic, cancerous tree that is Florida is just straight up Nazis. I really honestly think, like, when someone says, what the fuck is wrong with Florida? I think a genuine, meritable answer could be Nazis. They fucked it up, and they fucked everyone else up, you know, because of it. With their meth-addled Panther chocolate and shit. Which now they instilled into the water. So, which that makes sense. Nazis did give meth and via Panzer chocolate and other forms, you know, to their troops and shit. So, you know, it makes sense. I'm willing to buy this. I'm willing to buy my own theory on that. Whew. I mean, unless anyone else has a better idea. But considering that there are, like, literal Nazis, like, you know, flexing their shit with their flags and stuff, I'm kind of, you know, struggling to basically see if there really is another thing. Lamau, what? What? Biden causes confusion after signing off speech, God Save the Queen. Wait, what? President uses the phrase as he finished talking to National Safer Communities Summit in Connecticut. God Save the Queen, man? What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Did he like it? Did he literally, like, straight up, like, fucking, like, did Joe Brandon, like, did Biden himself unironically fucking just, like, become British for 2 seconds? It was like, God save the Queen, Jack. Like, what the fuck, dude? God save the Queen, Jack. God save the Queen, Jack. No malarkey on that, fat. Listen, man, that's so random. Dude, that is so random, bro. That really is probably the most random thing that I think Joe's said. I mean, I mean, I want to say it's like the most randomest thing, like, you know, the corn pop meme, you know, or like in that whole speech, you know, but like it's just so sudden, and it's just a shock. It's like, God save the Queen, Jack. Well, he says God save the Queen, man, but I like Jack. Sounds better. God save the Queen, Jack. If not, then I have to blow a lung out with 9mm. Ain't no fat about that, Jack. No malarkey. And also, like, every now and then he does like a Whispers McMillan thing. You notice this about Joe too? He would literally do like some Whispers McMillan thing. Where he's being whispery. Where he's like, we need more time. 126 days. More time. Like that, like, there's been a few times where he literally just goes Whispers McMillan in either a press conference or questions or speech. He does that every now and then. It's so weird. He's just a fucking weird ass dude. I mean, take him being like a weird right-wing fucking corporate liberal shit. I mean, but like, I mean, just take that out and he's still like a fucking weirdo. Man. Can you do the Bugs Buddy Florida maneuver? Oh, yeah. And I guess on Joe, too, because I don't know what's going on with his ass. Ah, whoa. Oh. Shit, got. There we go. There we go. Discord. Oh, that's what. Oh, that was what was going on. It was your. Yeah, like I had a thing, like my notification menu thing popped up and like glitched out for a second. Couldn't link it in chat. Oh yeah, because this link is ridiculously huge. Parents' financial support. Wait. So what's going on here? We're setting them up for failure. Boomers supporting their Gen Z and young millennial children having their retirements ruined and savings raided. Oh my god, it wants me to subscribe to this. To read the rest of this. Full retirement funds, Lamau. It's just like, we're setting them up for failure by, you know, having to get into our retirement funds and savings, and they're being ruined. It's like, fuck, it's like, oh my god. It's like, maybe you shouldn't, you know, leave us a shitty economy and have, like, an entire system exploit us, you fuck. Didn't ask me to sub. Yeah, it's want me to subscribe to read the story. That's basically what to say. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, honestly, you know, it's just probably like a couple, you know, little tidbits of information and some factoids, but nonetheless, I mean, the general gist of, you know, what you can infer is right there in the headline. Which, you know, not too surprised. Go figure. Boo-boo. What are you doing over there, little fluff? A little fluff. We're in their golden years. Maybe they should have thought about, like, you know, their own golden years, frankly. Because, like, our golden years are fucking needed, you know, to be, like, you know, like, to live good lives, but they decided to, you know, basically have an entire system built to, you know, take it all away, so. What's up tonight? Not much. Just kind of started up, so we're just kind of, you know, warming things up. Workday was fucking nuts, so now I'm just gonna be chilling here. At least for a bit. Might find something to look at. I promise I'm not listening to gospel. I'm gonna give this little dog pork bun. Hey, little bub, come here. Come here, bub. Lazy boy, come here. Come get your damn pork bun. Come here. Come get it. They're just gonna be over here then, because evidently I don't want to get up. So these are just gonna stay right here. We actually get Jet TV to create a story about mankind used the power of cannabis to defeat aliens? To defeat aliens? Wait, the power of cannabis? What, just get the... What, just have aliens get high? Just get the aliens super stoned and... There you go. Here you go. Come up here. See how I feel about Fox taking on homeless. It's really, it just sounded like the shit takes on r/Portland. Why am I not surprised? I actually haven't, but you know what? I'm most certainly am gonna check it out. Cause why not? Why not? Might as well, you know, like, you know, fuck on a bunch of conservative NIMBY style fucking shitbags. That forum is overrun by bumblefuck conservatives. Yeah. I mean, I mean, it really is, unfortunately. And the thing is, they don't even show up a lot. They only show up for very specific things that they want to fuck a brigade. Like, there's a lot of stuff, you know, or a lot of posts and shit that just straight up, you know, aren't necessarily political related, and, or sometimes it is, but it doesn't necessarily pertain to any issues that they want to, like, you know, harp on their fucking talking points and buzzwords. So, of course, you know, because of that, you know, they just sit there and, like, lie dormant, like a bunch of fucking hornets waiting to, like, sting someone walk by their nest. What's up, homeless? Hopefully things change, by that point. Because right now, it would fucking suck. I'm just saying. Right now, not because of, like, you know, of the fact that there's, like, things like, you know, soup kitchens or whatever, like, but the fact that the fact that there's just, like, an entire city council and supposedly, quote-unquote, non-profit organizations that basically exploit, you know, a lot of this fucking problem to actually continue to accelerate and reciprocate the issue by essentially just, like, getting fucking, dollars in, funds and taxpayer money from, you know, the city and the county. And with that, being able to essentially, like, undermine and undercut the whole idea of actually trying to alleviate the homeless and actually benefit people on the streets and shit by essentially, you know, fucking over, you know, a lot of the people on the bottom end, especially the logistics and the efficiency of these things, or the safety conditions of these places. And guess who gets a lot of this type of money and benefits and everything when it comes to these organizations? The people on the top. The city still doesn't offer Ontaros to living in a fucking tent. Yeah, and they will literally punish you for living in a tent and try to ban things like day camping and shit like that, instead of actually trying to address the issue of the fact that people are in tents in the first place. This is ridiculous. Also, the budget that leaked also underfunded a bunch of social services. Not surprised. Toby has also shown Strickos that he's doing everything he can to go full score share for revenge for passing charter reform. Well, of course they are. Is that a real mullet? No. There, see? Thought about doing a pompadour mullet and shit before, so, you know, I don't know. There might be a possibility that might be a thing one day. Never know. Never know. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. It's just shaved sides and long ass hair. It's just easy to not have it in my face if I don't want it. Maybe if I want, I can have it all out. Though I don't really want to right now. I want to keep it up there. Just It's easier to deal with. While maintaining the length in the mane. Don't do it for fun like at all. I mean, I've thought about maybe doing a little slight change up, but I don't know. At least around here, like, straight up, the mullet is coming back. Like, unironically, I see more often than not people starting to, like, have mullets for hairstyles. In different types, too. Like, that shit straight up, honestly, is kind of coming back a little bit. At least up here. I don't know about anywhere else, but at least in the PNW. Feather the whole front. Oh, I hate these fucking stupid bags. Okay. I mean, it's like, I mean, I could have it feathered. I mean, it already partly is. I mean, look at this. I mean, I got like loose hairs and shit, so. Sit. Sit. It's not sitting. That's walking away. I had one, I was so forced to chop it off. What, the whole long hair in the mane? You puppy. Hey. Patience. Hey. Now you can give him paw. Oh, you patient, sweet boy. Just grow it out long like a marlin. I mean, that's what I have been doing. I've just been... I mean, the only thing is now, at this point, I have to basically maintain the shaped sides. Because if I let the sides grow out, it's going to look kind of weird with the long hair. And if I tie it back, it's not all going to tie back. So, I'm kind of, at least for right now, kind of stuck with it. I'm letting the back, like, sides kind of grow out a little more, so it's more of just the front that's short instead of like the back here. So as it kind of grows longer, I'm just kind of, you know, shaving less back here and just kind of keeping it more up here. So eventually it just kind of grows back on its own. Because if I want to do like a pop door mullet style or some other shit, I mean, I can at least, you know, do that. And also the hair doesn't get so much in my face. Because honestly, a lot of what did get my face was mostly this stuff here right in the very front when it was long. Public is trying to reduce Social Security payments. Well, yeah, I mean, this has been their goal for a while. I mean, it's not really exactly a secret. I mean, at this point, it's just basically, at this rate, like, hey, you know, it's like, are people, you know, like, or, well, not people, it's like the Democrats / Biden willing to just, like, you know, concede and just cuck out, you know, to their own elite established power in club, which they most certainly probably will, at least to some extent, or are they willing to at least have some sort of a backbone and at least stand up against that, which I think I know the fucking answer to that. Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how they fucking operate, which, hey, I like my fucking money, thank you. Like, I don't mind taxes and shit, but hey, actually make it so it fucking benefits me and I can get at least a return on that. Outlawed free school, oh my god. Are they trying to, like, fucking, you know, like, are they really trying to, like, you know, turn people away? So, like, because honestly, there's even fucking conservatives and shit that are, like, in favor and okay with free school lunches and shit, just straight up. I mean, honestly, my parents were, to some extent, at least my mom was, just because it actually did help benefit me, and also her to some extent besides. So, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's like having reduced or free school lunches is absolutely beneficial, especially when it comes to those who are economically disparaged. This straps just for me. Dude, quit trolling. Dude, like, quit trolling with this. It's not some stupid bootstraps issue or just like, hey, get you teacher age. So yeah, well, let's basically have like, 3-year-olds, work at a fucking mine, because, that's such a great idea. Like, fuck that shit. Quit being defeatist. What are you doing over there? That's exactly what I see. Right towards comments on the issues, though. Oh, well, so you're just, well, I mean, at least, like, say that's what they're saying. I mean, because the thing is, yeah, I know this already. I mean, that's why I'm saying quit trolling, because, like, I know that, and it's like, frankly, I mean, it's kind of beating a dead horse, at least in my mind. At least, because there isn't really necessarily someone overall new, so to speak, that have this challenge to. I mean, everyone, at least for the most part, kind of knows what my takes is on this. So I had Mo until someone looked at a pic and said, oh, she's so, like, yeah, 90% of hawked girls are raised without a father. I mean, how would, like, he know that shit? I mean, also, it sounds like that person probably, like, should mind their damn business, frankly. At least in my mind. Besides, like, girls with mohawks are, like, fucking pretty cool. She said, what? I'm a statistic, so she saved her old head. Well, no, I mean, the thing is, she's not a statistic. But also, I mean, if she, did a whole shave off, too, I mean, that's honestly cool, too. I mean, like, because chicks with, like, shaved heads or, like, mohawks and stuff like that, like, alternative hairstyles, that isn't necessarily feminine, so to speak, is honestly kind of cool to me. At least in a way, actually, legit kind of like a, oh, eye catcher. At least in my mind. More so than just, like, typical straight, just, manicured, just long hair or something. She's super cool, quirky cool. Hell yeah. We need more super quirky cool people. We need more people like that. More quirkiness, the better in my mind. Anyone that says otherwise is just a prude. Well, speaking of which, there was like this weird old conservative lady that came in today. I don't know what it is about these weird conservative ladies that, like, talk to me about politics, but, like, oh my god. I really don't get it. Like, she was like, oh, it's like it's slow today for you, and I'm just like, no, it's actually been pretty busy. I've been, on the go since I got here. She's like, oh, well, I guess for some people, it's a holiday coming up. I'm like, oh yeah, June 19th, yeah, I guess, that's a holiday coming up, isn't it? It's like, well, not for me, I hope at least, you don't have to work that day or nothing. I'm just like, well, I do. I get federal holiday pay. I diverted away from that because I was already like, oh my god. Like, Jesus Christ. One, it's not even about you, old lady. And two, it's just like, I mean, just because there's a holiday doesn't mean you have to celebrate it. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of federal holidays I don't celebrate at all. And there's some that I do. It's like, oh my god. But, of course, it's just like, it's like, I already was like, I mean, if I was not on the clock, I'd be like, I mean, I probably would have said, some opinions of some sort. I don't think I would have gone, like, aggressive or into argument or nothing, but it was just like, oh my god. So I was just like, hey, well, I'm working out there, and I get federal holiday. She's like, oh, do you get, like, 2 times pay at least? So do you at least get something out of that? Like, implying that I apparently just don't, like, apparently that, like, I, am being, like, somehow, like, I don't know, used, or, like, like, taken advantage of for a fucking holiday or something. I don't know. It was just so weird. If you didn't ride over by screwing over units, we won't ride over at Social Security. Well, because America's like, I mean, we've just been fucking cucked for so goddamn long. It's gonna take a while for people to kind of break out of that. There'll be a lot of people who'll be hell pissed about photon homelessness, which you have the usual three camps: working class people live in urban areas in opposition, upper crusty NIMBYs, and yeah, and also like the conservative elite, essentially. Conservative, like corporate elite class. I mean, yeah, there would be a lot, but the thing is, though, like, would there be enough people pissed off where they're gonna, like, go on, like, some protests or, like, a general strike of some sort or something like that? I mean, I think that's kind of what Venom's, you know, mentioning and, you know, talking about. And the thing is, though, it's just like, I want that, and I would hope that at least there's enough of a fucking backlash about it, but, you know, honestly, in a way, I kind of think Venom is a little right. America is kind of fucking cucked about this shit. Right, so police per hour are pretty fucking huge. Yeah. Though, honestly, like, my thing about that is the disenfranchisement that honestly kind of came from that. Because, I mean, think about it, Rip. Like, did really anything come from those fucking protests? Like, did anything fundamentally change because of that shit? I mean, maybe in some cities, like, I know Minneapolis got a pretty big change, you know, and a few other places, but, like, realistically, what actually fucking happened? Nothing. In fact, police got more funding. Police got, you know, like, you know, more excuses to be more corrupt and shit is, like, still being business as usual with these fucking pigs. And, like, you would think, you know, if, like, every instance that, you know, is blared on the mainstream news about this shit, every time, you know, these motherfuckers, you know, kill somebody, you know, it'd be the same thing. But it ain't. I mean, it's just like, you know, people getting pent up again and just gonna pop off it again at a certain point, or what? Minneapolis voters rejected a reform measure. Really? So, well, honestly, it kind of proves the point even more in a fucked way. And the thing is, I don't want it to be like that. Like, there, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, things like that being fucking huge, there needs to be, like, some sort of fundamental change that comes from that, you know, as a result. Or, you know, there needs to be. But, yeah, I mean, in that case, there just really wasn't. Some states banned no all warrants as improvement, even if we're minor. I mean, it is. Yeah, there were, yeah, especially because of Breonna Taylor, yeah, there were different states, I think Kentucky was one of them, that banned no-knock warrants, which is, yeah, it is a good step. I mean, it's not like, you know, nothing changed. I mean, there were changes, but it just wasn't like, you know, the fundamental change people were fucking hoping for. And it kind of disenfranchised people and kind of, like, made people even more fucking angry in a way. I mean, and me too, personally. I'm not angry about the fact that people did it. I'm happy and respect and validate the fact that every single motherfucker put their life on the line, you know, during those protests and shit. I seen so many fucking people, and every time I went out there, I saw, you know, like, very familiar faces every time. Like, there was people out there at every single fucking one. I didn't go to every single one, but there was people out there literally every fucking day. And it was like, and every time I went out there, I saw them leading shit, fucking decked out, doing their thing. And sometimes they get arrested, but the next day they'd be out there doing the same shit. Sometimes they get beat the fuck out of, they get tear gassed to shit. I see all sorts of crazy shit, you know, and I respect that type of shit. But what does the system do? It spits on that and says, we're going to keep doing business as usual. We might be able to, like, you know, tweak a little thing here and there in some areas in the country, even if it ain't here. And the crazy thing is, Portland was one of the cities that went out the longest. We're the ones that actually, like, held out the fucking longest with that shit. Oregon passed a bunch of minor reforms to create animosity between some cities and police departments, which is a good thing. That is true. And honestly, you know what? I will, you know, like, you know, silver line with that. I do agree with that. I think, honestly, there is something about, like, the special protests here in Portland and, like, broadly Pacific Northwest, because I know Seattle was, like, another one that, you know, in their city where these protests lasted pretty long. And if there is one thing, it did kind of solidify a little bit more of this animosity, at least more criticism broadly towards police. Whether the Bureau, or even in, like, if people don't necessarily live in Portland but live outside, like Milwaukee, Gresham, Tigard, etc., where they have their own, you know, police departments in this case, you know, they're even more critical and have at least a little bit more animosity in that case too. I mean, I even see it with people who, you know, honestly are kind of conservative leaning as well. And actually, even somewhat predominantly conservative, I'll see anti-cop, you know, like, positions, you know, come out of them, especially lately. Like the buddy that might move in with me, oh man, he's, yeah, a little conservative and shit. But not like, you know, in the sense of like, you know, being like some, you know, hardcore extreme dude at all. But, you know, he used to kind of, you know, be a dude who respect the cops and shit. But at this point, I mean, I hear him critique cops way more than anything else. Like, he does not like cops anymore because they've kind of fucked him over one way too many times. And also, like, he can't get his firearm back from him either. Like, he turned in his firearm like months back to them and literally cannot get it back. You know, and the reason why is because the police say, oh, you have a court order on you about something, which I think was like a red flag or some shit. He actually called the city hall and the courts specifically being like, hey, is there a file or something on me about this? And they're like, no, there's literally nothing in your name whatsoever. So the cops are lying to him and fucking him over, basically. So at this point, even him, you know, as like, you know, a guy that used to respect, you know, cops and shit, is just like, you know, fuck these guys. I mean, they're corrupt, and a lot of them are just kind of a fucking racket at this point. Even he, you know, sees that shit now. I mean, so honestly, in a way, it has kind of created this sense of animosity, you know, even, you know, with the cops to other people too. Because now they think, oh, you know, people just don't respect us or like us, and just, you know, get all fucking, you know, butthurt every time you fucking do the slightest little critique about them. So, you know, and, like, honestly, I mean, there is at least a silver lining with that, which I think is good. I feel like that's probably more of a national thing, too. I'm pretty sure, like, people everywhere, you know, feel that way now. I mean, I guess there is, like, one thing. I mean, the social, like, kind of zeitgeist about police in this country has kind of shifted a little bit because of those protests. I mean, I guess there is, you know, something positive that, you know, can be said about that. At least, you know, if there's something fundamental. Is that at least, you know, Americans generally, you know, broadly, you know, are, you know, have kind of shifted their idea about what cops are like. You know, it's like, it's not just like, you know, consistent, like, oh, they're good, you know. Like, now there's more people actually being critical about them. I mean, maybe, you know, they still, you know, respect cops and stuff, but have at least some more recognition that, you know, yeah, they are open to critique, and, you know, sometimes they are honestly kind of fucked up and ridiculous. Porn looks nasty. Oh, dude, it's Fox fucking News. Yeah, I literally live in Portland, and also, let me guess, like, I mean, like, the videos or the fucking pictures that they use are literally just, you know, bullshit fucking, out of context fucking pictures of in a vacuum. Like, they literally look at one block or one tiny little, like, you know, corner of fucking Portland out of the entire fucking city and say, look at it, it literally is a shithole. It has burnt to the ground because of the riots, and now it's all fucking, you know, a homeless, drug-addled shithole, and there's barricades everywhere, and they just took it over, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I know their fucking talking points. I know what they talk about my city, and it's fucking disgusting. Like, frankly, I mean, you know, it's like, I've seen these fucking servers literally, like, you know when Trump dropped out Moab in Afghanistan? Like, that video is on, there's actually a few of them on YouTube. Unironically, like, in those comments, there are people saying we should do this to Portland, and they're referring to my fucking city, because they think it's literally like an Antifa leftist fucking diversity shithole, and, like, you know, full of groomers, queers, and fucking, you know, blacks and homeless and all sort of shit, so they want to fucking literally Moab it, you know, make a clean slate, and just, like, make it glass. Like, that's how they fucking see this place. And it's just like, that honestly is a part of the reason why I'm so, like, partly, you know, vindictive against conservatives and shit, because they literally look at my fucking city as, like, an utter fucking dystopian shithole when I fucking live here, you know, or at least directly outside the city. I go there pretty frequently, and it ain't. And actually, it's, you know, it's pretty typical to any other fucking major city these days. Yeah, it has a homeless issue, but guess what? So does every fucking major city. So does fucking Savannah, Georgia. So does fucking, you know, goddamn Cheyenne, Wyoming. So does fucking goddamn New York City. So does fucking, you know, Dallas, Texas. So does, like, all these fucking places. Every fucking city has these fucking problems. Big whoop. I mean, it is actually a big whoop. But like, oh, Portland's so exceptional. These Democrat-ran cities are so exceptional. It's like, fuck out of here. No, it ain't. It's a national problem. And it ain't just unique to big Democrat-ran cities, because there's plenty of Republican towns and cities that have this exact same issue, and in fact, even worse. In fact, statistically, it is true that there are worse. Like, when it comes to crime, when it comes to, like, addiction, when it comes to, like, violent crime specifically and shit, all these things are actually worse in red states and in red counties and in red cities and towns and shit. Like, statistically, they are worse. I mean, so, This Democrat ran through the issue. I wish there were more base leftists. Hey, oh my god, yeah, I wish. I'm also fortunate why it's a big city in the country. Because like 6% of the population is black. Yeah, that's also the funny thing, too, yeah. Like, I mean, some of these right-wingers literally think that, like, Portland is, like, been, like, at least a racist, like, literally think that, like, Portland is, like, partly, like, ran by crazy, like, like, black thug gangster types and shit. Even though they barely, like, make, like, even, like, it's a significant chunk of the population in the city. Like, it's, yeah, about, like, 6-something%. I mean, and a lot of them are mostly in, like, North Portland and North Alberta, and, like, in the Alberta, Killingsworth neighborhoods and shit. I mean, and there's, unfortunately, a lot of historical reason for that. It was because of, like, redlining and because of, like, a lot of racist segregative policies and shit historically. I mean, that's mainly why. That's also partly why Portland's also very fucking white. I mean, these days it has, like, kind of gotten more diverse. I mean, there's definitely, especially, my recent memory, a lot, more people who are, minority that are living around here and shit. But honestly, that's fine. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's just a fact that people migrate and people move around and live in different places. Oh, Portland has 100,000. We do not have 100,000 homeless people. Yeah, we have about like 6,000 something homeless people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're thinking of Los Angeles, dude. Yeah, Los Angeles has like Los Angeles actually is very unique when it comes to their homeless issue. Like, it is fucked. Like, honestly, like, if anyone wants to fucking like bitch about like the uniqueness of a homeless issue, go fucking look at LA, man. LA is like where it's actually fucking bad. Like, that's where it's actually fucked. I mean, I frankly, personally, would not want to be there. Is 650K, 1/7 of the city being homeless would be insane, dude. That would be insane. The homeless should unionize. How would that even? How would that work? How would that even? I mean, I admire the enthusiasm, but how would that work? My improved living conditions. I mean, elaborate. Oh wait, that hasn't worked in a century. What hasn't worked in a century? What are you talking about? Huh? Super bad suppressing. Yeah, with LA, yeah, I mean, I want to visit LA again. I didn't get to explore anywhere close to the whole city when I went there years ago. I mean, the whole thing is, like, that city's so fucking huge. I don't know if you'll be able to, explore the whole city, within a decent amount of time. Unions. What are you... What? That hasn't worked in over a century and referring to unions. Yeah, they literally have. Like, they actually literally have. What are you talking about? Like, there's literally objective precedence in data and huh? Are you just trying to get a rise out of me or something? I live in Long Beach, work in Venice Beach, and it's just bad. Oh yeah, you're kind of like around in the LA area. So yeah, you would know about like how that shit is. Damn. And honestly, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I bet it is. I mean, I can only imagine. I guess not the whole city, but more of it. Well, yeah. I mean, you'll be able to explore more of the city, but not, like, all of it. I mean, it's just huge. I mean, LA is just, like, an urban maze. It's like an urban labyrinth. Skidrow goes all the way to the beach now. I mean, honestly, I'm not too surprised with that. Real last time I was there, I accidentally ended up on Skid Row, but I definitely didn't extend to the beach. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's probably changed now. Can't be homeless if you're home full. What? No, no shit, Sherlock. You can't be homeless if you have a house, duh. On the beach literally now, damn. Jesus. And honestly, I bet like the housing market's even worse in fucking LA than Portland. I bet it's just so much fucking worse. That's why I say, like, I mean, I bet like LA is legit like unique when it comes to these fucking issues. In comparison to like, you know, these other cities. Skidrow's really fucking close to downtown LA. Like, it's a much-watched version of Old Town Portland. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it pretty much is. I don't have to be there to know that. Checking Portland. Oh my god. Venom's on troll game now. Just reset that entire area. How about reset Alabama? This is sadly behind our home in Venice, crowded with homeless, tons of nail to clean up weekly. Jesus. Man, well, that fucking man, that was brutal. Jesus. I'm okay with that in about a month. Damn it. Hey, boop. Come here. Here, have some beef. You have to get it. You're capable. You can get it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Jeez. I should have political power. Literally, no, you shouldn't. You're literally the last person that should have political power. I can fix this world. Nah. Nah, I'm not too sure about that. I feel like it would just end up in like a nuclear wasteland somehow, and I'm not really too keen on that. I wouldn't want that personally. That would suck. Stayed in Angle, and when I went to LA, it was actually pretty better than I expected. Even Compton isn't that bad. I mean, just, yeah, like I haven't been to LA, so I don't really know which like specific neighborhoods are better or worse, but I just kind of know generally that it isn't really exactly, you know, great. I mean, I imagine just like, you know, I mean, broadly, like in our city, it, you know, has areas that are good and just fine, or at least doing fine, you know, fair enough at least. And there's plenty of places that are just like totally shit. Episode check out that I might want to check out. Alright. Venom tries to be benevolent dictator, but ends up as the Senate instead. I confidently say San Francisco over LA though LA has probably better weather. I mean, for me personally, I mean, I'm not exactly fond of hot weather, so I'm sure San Francisco will probably be a little better weather-wise for me. By like a little bit. Damn, Venom would go even further than Palpatine. It took like years to dissolve the Senate. Yeah. Palpatine would like took some time to dissolve that shit. Venom's like, nah, I'm gonna take that shit out like now. Taking it out day one, bitch. Well, in my last statement, conveniently, I see. Huh? I do all democratic reforms once I'm old and near death. Oh, yeah, like once you're about to die, you're like, alright, then I'll fucking do it. Alright, once I'm dead, then I'll do some democratic reforms. So be like a fucking dictator with an iron fist, and then like, you know, in your death that you can't predict, you're just be like, alright, I'm gonna do reforms. Reform everything that I did and just like, you know, retract basically all I said. It was just a troll, guys. It was a prank, everybody.
In the century, land of monsters not enough. We have to conquer more. Into the west, the hero's questing for American shores. With mighty battle axe, he slaughtered everything. To all of California to call a hero king. He's a Hollywood hootsman, hail to hoots. Mighty proud and standing tall, a legend to us all. He's a Hollywood hootsman, he's the king. Riding round and standing into the battlefield. He's the king of California, hoots. immortal warrior with all unbreakable. The legend lives in centuries with the power of the hood. He's just at the battlefield with the on the stage. In Hollywood he found his fame and finest of his age. The greatest movie star that ever walked the line. If you ever meet this man, then surely understand. He's a Hollywood twist man.
Dictator Van would commit honorable seppuku on the 69th minute of the 69th day of his 69th year. Dude, that would be like some, like, legit, like, some Destiny level shit right there, dude. You can, like, instill, like, a prophecy with that. It's like, I will have the prophecy where my 69th generation of kin will inherit the claim of the global throne, the galactic global throne. Dude, you could, like, instill some crazy shit, dude. Register secret royal bloodlines in legal facts of the private versus preacher myth pirates on Interverse podcast. Whoa. The Hamini Hamada Udo, the what? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do this, see. Huh. Here, I'll put this on my, playlist. On my stream materials playlist. Watch out of time. Yeah, I put it on my streaming materials playlist where I put like some stuff to check out. Kind of like, you know, look up ahead of time and check out and shit. Use it as a way to at least kind of help, you know, keep things a little easierly, or more easy, you know, to find and shit when I want to look for stuff. Because then I can kind of check it out and maybe at least get like a little bit of a intro, in a sense, at least. Just so I could kind of get an idea about what I'm getting into. So if I was to make the wait, huh? Wait, what? Event sexual robots so that incel uprising never happens. I don't think that would happen though. Yeah, and also, like, the Japanese are already kind of ahead of the curve on inventing sex robots and shit. I mean, they're kind of, like, already getting there. I mean, shit, that don't look uncanny valley. Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, frankly, it does. I will admit it. It really do look uncanny valley. I mean, I will say, I mean, it's like, I think once they get that shit, like, uncanny enough, like, or at least not uncanny valley and shit, like, then I think it would be alright. And also, they need to just, like, expand and, like, fucking diversify the, you know, like, kind of the concept. Like, they need to, like, you know, make these things not look like humans or weird anime waifu chicks or some shit. They need to, like, kind of go, like, all over the place with it. Like, they need to make, like, you know, crazy demon-looking things. They need to make, yeah, I'm just gonna be blunt, they need to make furries. They need to make the fucking, like, Ultrich stuff, like weird, like, pagan goddesses or gods and stuff. They need to kind of go all over the place with this shit. Because, honestly, I feel like that would actually kind of make the, at least with the current technology, these bots less uncanny valley. Because until we can kind of make, you know, the more human-looking ones not uncanny valley, we can at least explore these other ideas and shit, you know what I mean? I feel like, you know, these other weird-ass degenerates, like the furries, the other kinksters, and every, you know, these people that want to get fucked by, like, you know, a weird demon eldritch creature or some shit, it's their time. Like, I mean, this is their time, you know, for this type of shit, but yet, like, for some reason, they don't want to do that. Like, what, you don't think these type of people with their fetishes are going to spend, like, $15,000 on a weird bot like this? Of course they are. Don't underestimate the power of someone's kink. And willing to achieve it. Because, there are people that will go to many lengths, including financially, to achieve such. Well said. I mean, you know, because in a way, I mean, I'm not necessarily wrong, because, I mean, yeah, shit is legitimately kind of uncanny valley as fuck. I mean, so, yeah, I mean, I think in a way to kind of at least get away from that, we can at least, like, you know, explore other options, you know? I don't want this falling. Wait, it actually moved since I last set it up here. It's gonna fall again. I'm gonna move you back up here now. There we go. Like that. Never condiments. Oh, the devil. You are of the devil. No pickles, onions, nothing. You're a freak. I mean, the 9 pieces of bacon I'm okay with. Triple baconator and you have 9 pieces of bacon. I mean, that's fine. But, like, dude, you need some pickles, some onions, you know, some ketchup, mustard, fucking something, like some aioli. Dude, you can't just, like... Okay, okay, you know what? No, we're not getting into this. We're not getting into this. Nope, stop. Okay, we're not getting into this. We're not getting into this. We are not getting into this. Stop. I'll time you out. Stop it. No. We are not getting into this fucking food bullshit, dude. Your food takes, unironically, actually make me mad a little bit. Me, Rip, and Mornax the other night, when you weren't here, we're fucking roasting the fuck out of you, honestly, bro. We were just like, cause Rose is in there too. Like, we were all there just like questioning what the fuck is up with your, like, diet. You just like plain food? No, you don't. No, you don't. Because there's plenty of plain food that me, Rose, and all sorts of other people mention that you do not like. So bullshit. You know what's a plain food? Eggs. You hate eggs. So, nah, like, again, we're not getting into this. Like, I don't want... Oh my... Like, unironically, vegans have more of a diverse diet than you, Venom. Like, toddlers have a more diverse diet than you. I'd rather die than go vegan. Well, I'm not saying you should. So at least be vegetarian. I mean, man, I like my proteins. I like my meats, though. That's why I said boomers. I mean, it's not like a boomer thing. Oh my god. It's not like some generational thing. Jesus Christ. It's not a boomer thing. Like, what? I mean, unless I'm definitely gonna say, like, literally having basically nothing but meats is just, like, ridiculous. That, and I'm not scanning an effing QR code for a menu at a restaurant. I mean, that is kind of annoying and stupid. I mean, that shit does get kind of annoying. It's like, here, we have a QR code for our menu. It's like, just give me a fucking menu. Like, oh my god. I don't want to have to go for that. Beyond pets and food. I mean, at least I'm willing to say I care a little more and shit. Because I do think, you know, especially when it comes to, like, you know, having things like me and stuff, like how we, you know, like, process that shit and how we get it is, yeah, not exactly fucking ethical and very fucking insane. At least in my opinion, especially. I mean, you know, but, you know, in my mind, there definitely is a way, you know, to where there can be a far more ethical means of doing so. Because you got, like, you know, different little, like, family farms that basically do, like, you know, self-sustaining and shit, where they have, like, you know, some goats, some cattle, and some chickens, you know, like, a whole bunch of chickens and shit. And able to self-sustain, and, you know, like, in every, you know, and all the animals, and, you know, themselves, and everything else besides, is in, like, a kind of a healthy, you know, like, in a sense, kind of a healthy equilibrium. I mean, you know, because you got, like, you know, like, these animals that live in, like, open pastures and free range, and, you know, have access to, you know, pretty nice, fair diet and shit, and, you know, aren't treated, you know, poorly, you know, and actually you get to live, you know, decent little lives and shit. I mean, you know, it's like there are plenty of, like, you know, like little, like, farmers markets and, you know, like, you know, family ranchers and, you know, farmers out there that do shit like that. Even people in, like, suburbia with, like, chickens and eggs and stuff like that, and with even goats and shit. So, I mean, even people in suburbia have kind of, like, taken on, you know, some of these things on a more smaller level. So, I mean, in my mind, there is, like, a way to, like, have things like meat and stuff ethically. It's just that, like, on such a gigantic for-profit capitalistic level, it will never consider things like this. It's only, you know, strictly about, you know, maximizing profit, which means undermining, you know, like, the well-being and safety conditions and, you know, the general overall, you know, safety and environment of, you know, like, broadly, you know, not just, you know, the workers, but also, at least in this case, for the animals as well. And that's messed up. Like, so, you know, like, even though I'm someone that obviously will still eat meat and shit, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. You know, I think, you know, how we do, you know, acquire a lot of our meats, you know, at least when it comes to the capitalistic systemic level, is, you know, very unethical and shit. But unfortunately, there is no unethical consumption in capitalism, and that's the reason why capitalism is a fucked up system and it needs to be abolished. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I'd argue that the root will always, you know, be capitalism with things like this. I mean, I'll never besmirch anybody for being vegetarian or vegan or anything. Because honestly, in a lot of ways, I do, you know, find a lot of, you know, valid criticisms about, you know, a lot of things I'm talking about. In fact, a lot of things I am saying is, you know, some that you'll hear, you know, people who are vegetarian or vegan will, you know, say as well. At least to a certain extent. You're done by C commands Earth's current impact. Oh, okay, I don't. Alright. Alright, element, like, I honestly, I use it more as a filler, but saying, like, dumb or stupid, I mean, which I need to honestly kind of refrain from using as, like, a filler, you know, for, like, being ridiculous or, you know, not a good idea or something. But, like, I mean, at least in this case, I mean, you're not really necessarily right. The only reason why we're apis predators is just because of our sapience and our sentience, broadly. Like, to be able, you know, really just on the virtue that we are tool makers and able to manipulate the environment around us. If we didn't have that ability, we would basically be huddled around a little fire, making sure that gigantic leopard would fucking, like, literally kill us. Or eat our children in the tribe or something. So ethical consumption. I literally said that earlier. I just said that earlier. Like, I was talking about that with my little thing from earlier, dude. No doubt, but I'm just talking about the next level of great philosopher. Oh, if just like... Yeah, well, man, I kind of missed a few things here. All the great philosophers, sure. I mean, not all of them. I will ever say this, if we ever develop replicator style tech that we can generate meat without hurting animals, I'll accept that. Well, we are kind of getting to that a little bit, but, I mean, like, it's not at a level where it is, like, efficient, honestly. Like, I mean, you know, because we are able to do it, but it takes way too much energy and time to do so for what it's worth. Like, I mean, that's kind of the problem right now. I mean, maybe we might be able to make it efficient, but, I mean, it's definitely something that isn't necessarily going to, you know, work out that well. I mean, at least for right now. I mean, maybe the technology get more efficient with that, but concurrently, it's still in the nascent stage to where it's way too costly, you know, with what we produce with that. But we are kind of, you know, experiment with that. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely be in favor of that, because then we can, like, divert ourselves away from, you know, a lot of the animal agricultural and, you know, harvesting and shit that we do already. Road to hell, good intentions, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you know that stuff, then why, you know, accept, you know, and just embrace it or something? I mean, because obviously, I mean, broadly, I can obviously, you know, fall into that type of shit. Like, if I wanted to just fall into my basic impulse with a lot of these different things. And, like, honestly, I mean, it's just not exactly very productive, or exactly is going to win a lot of hearts and minds to be able to make that better future that you kind of want to advocate for broadly at the end of the day. Like I started on the source earlier. Oh. Well, the thing is, like, broadly, that's just because, like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, obviously, if I wanted to be impulsive with my reactionary views, like, yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck one about sports, so I'd probably be on your same position about. But, like, I mean, at the end of the day, there's plenty of other people that give a fuck about it, or at least, you know, are interested, or literally have careers and lives based off of that shit. You know, and I don't want to fucking besmirch them, you know, just because I have my own personal little fucking fifis. Golf sucks. Oh wait, you guys were talking about sports? Well, golf today sucks. I mean, the original OG golf, when the Scots were doing it, were probably good. It was probably based and fun. Ben golf. And you know what, like, I mean, I will take the original Scottish golf. We need to just, like, make golf the traditional, like, Scottish fucking version of it. Because golf came from Scotland, and, it, you know, if there's at least, you know, one thing, you know, we should at least, you know, keep OG. It's the Scottish version of golf. Because you want to know why? You think those Scots are going to be all nice and polite, you know, when one of them makes a little foul ball or a little slip up or some shit? No, there's going to be a fucking fight on that field, okay? It's going to be fun and entertaining. So we need that OG version of it. Soccer too. You mean football? Like, there's American football, then there's football. Mini golf, and you're still on that one. Mini golf was fun, especially for the kids, whatever. Keep mini golf. I mean, you know, it distracts the kids, so when you're at the amusement park, you don't have to have, like, you know, weird-ass annoying kids screaming and yelling or puking on a roller coaster. They're playing mini golf. I mean, come on now. I mean, silver lining with golf, okay? There's a silver lining about golf, because it established mini golf, and it got the fucking annoying little screechers to, you know, stay away while we, you know, the adults enjoy the fun roller coasters. Okay? So, I'm just saying, you know, mini golf, like, there's a silver lining about golf, alright? And you know what? Like, mini golf is actually kind of fun, because in a way, it's honestly more intricate. Like, the courses for mini golf are honestly a little way more intense, because you got, like, the crazy, like, windmill, you got crazy, like, curves and fucking little blocks and little tunnels and all sorts of fucking shit. Like, I mean, like, straight up, like, I mean, mini golf can actually be legit kind of, like, tricky and kind of a little bit like, oh, fuck, I gotta kind of, like, you know, really think out, like, how I'm gonna shoot this ball. You know, or at least hit it, you know. It's like mini golf, you actually gotta think about it way more. Like, mini golf is actually more intricate than golf itself. Like, I mean, it's more complex, just because, like, you could do more with the actual, like, you know, set, you know, like, the different little holes and, you know, and everything. Like, you could do all sorts of different shit. So it's just like, you got all sorts of different little obstacles and different things that you can do. I mean, so honestly, like, mini golf is kind of legit. Like, I mean, fuck on all you want, but mini golf is actually pretty legit. Like, I mean, just, you know, just really, like, I mean, think about, like, the most intense mini golf course, and I think you'll probably understand. Like, an intense one. Not, like, you know, something that you get at, like, you know, a little amusement park. I mean, like, you know, some crazy, like, the most, like, you know, like, the most intense one from every amusement park, but, like, it's every set. Like, the most intense shit every time. I mean, you realize that shit's gonna be hard, and it'd be like, oh, it's just like, fuck, I really gotta, like, you know, like, kind of think about where I'm aiming this, and, you know, it's like, you're gonna have to, like, you know, put some math in that. You're gonna have to start thinking about math, you know, some geometry, and a little bit of geography a little bit, because you gotta make sure that, you know, like, angle it, everything all right. You know, make sure that, you know, like, hitting the right spots and stuff, and think about, like, the slopes, about, like, different hills and curvatures and shit. But then the obstacles itself, like, got time that right. If you got one of those windmills that's gonna block the hole, you gotta time it right so it doesn't hit the fucking, you know, fan of the windmill and shit. Stuff like that. It's like, you know, you gotta think about shit like that. Regular golf, you just, like, hit that fucker. Like, the main thing about regular golf is actually the fucking stick that you got. Like, there's, like, you know, the driver, there's the 9 irons, 7 irons, you know, then you got, like, the puck, you know, like, the little, the pucks and shit. Like, you got different types of, you know, golf clubs that you have, and that's basically the only main thing about, you know, golf that you gotta worry about. It's like, what type of club are you using, depending on, like, how far you're away from the hole. That's basically it. And also, what type of terrain? Is it like the smooth grass? Is it like, you know, the tall grass? Is it the sand? I mean, like, there's those factors, but beyond that, you're just hitting a fucking ball. I mean, it's honestly fun. I've played golf, and, you know, like, every now and then, if you're just doing it by yourself or hanging out with some friends, having a beer or two, or smoking a couple J's, I mean, it's actually kind of fun. I mean, casually. I mean, I wouldn't say it's, like, something, you know, I would take seriously, but just casually having a beer or two or something like that, I mean, it can be fun. I mean, honestly, like, any sport can be kind of fun if you know, just kind of be casual with it, you know, for the bros, and just, like, have a J or two or something like that. I mean, at that point, I mean, any sport can be kind of fun. Golf. Hit stick hard, medium, or lightly. Well, yes, but, I mean, I was just, you know, I already mentioned it, but, you know, it's that, but depending on the stick that, or the club that you have, I don't know why I want to keep saying stick, but, like, you know, depending on the club you have, that also depends on how hard you're going to hit it. You know, a driver, you're going to want to hit it hard, because the whole point of a driver is to drive that ball as close as, you know, to the hole as you can. Hence, driver. You know, like, I mean, hence the, you know, the driver club. So it's just like, I mean, you know, obviously, depending on the club you got, I mean, it's going to depend on how hard you're going to hit it. So, honestly, yeah, I mean, you actually nailed it, yeah. Hit this, you know, hit the golf club, you know, hit the golf ball hard with a driver. Hit it medium with an iron, you know, depending on how far you away from the hole you are, you might want to use a different type of iron, because there's different numbers. There's like the 8 iron, 9 iron, 7 iron, you know, shit like that. And hit it lightly, use the puck. You know, use the little puck club. You know, the little small one. So it's just like, honestly, yeah, you pretty much nailed golf. Hit the ball hard, medium, or lightly with a very particular club, depending on, you know, how close you are to the hole. I mean, that's why, like, professionally, golf is boring. But honestly, if you're hanging out with the bros, it's fun. Like I said. You know what's really fun, though? Disco golf, dude. Or frisbee golf. I think it's interchangeable. I've heard it both ways. I've heard, like, it called disco golf and frisbee golf. Frisbee golf way more than the other way. Frisbee golf is so fucking fun, dude. Dude, and honestly, like, the best frisbee golf field actually got burnt down when there was, like, a wildfire the other year. And honestly, it just kind of makes me sad. Because I used to go to that park all the time, too. And it had a, you know, frisbee golf area and shit. And it was just, like, fucking great. So you're a golfer? At to Andrew? So ignore, not Andrew Tate. Wait, where's Tate? Yeah. Wait, what? I mean, I'm not like an overt golfer. Yeah, I don't have a... Yeah, I don't got no Bugatti. Where's my Bugatti? I ain't got no Bugatti. Where's my Bugatti? Maybe delaying with an eye infection. Ooh, well that sucks. Hope it gets better.
Green Goblin, the power of the sun. Capture down menace, defend the evil Lord. Hundreds of centuries ago, Archdeacon so belong. Every verse, one for a breath is the battle to prevail. Excalibur, without the sword of brains, he turns and turns. Excalibur, unite me with the flames. Excalibur, unite the brains of eternity. Excalibur, you and me were meant to be. Excalibur.
Just thought the name flowed better than your user. Well... I mean, I won't admit there's a little bit of, you know, truth to the name. The safe work by Laris. Where's the link? You literally keep saying meme review, but where's the meme? Medusa Dami Mommy? Show me the meme then. Did no one read Julius Caesar in high school? I didn't read Julius Caesar, but I did read other Shakespearean work and stuff. I mean, I know about it. Did you not get on a Discord? Wait, why did you send it on Discord? Oh, so, okay. Who are you anyway? Where's your sword, Excalibur? You're not here to kill me like them. No, I'm a former Roman legionary. I dropped my steel a long time ago because I'm the only sword I need is here. What sword? Where? Ding! Oh. No, this is too weird for me. Out the door now, before I force your eyes open and turn you to stone, please. Oh, a dummy mommy. But understandable. Have a good day then. Gods, what with the sudden weird day? Hey, he's got his Excalibur in his fucking, you know, in his legionary suit. I see what's going on. Let's call from it. Y'all need to get cultured. I'm sorry. You know what? I am kind of cultured because I have read Hamlet. I've read fucking, oh my god, you know what? No, I actually have read Julius Caesar. I had, you know what? Fuck you, I am cultured. I just remembered. I literally just remembered. I had a poets and playwrights class, and for the playwrights segment of our trimester and shit, like, or for our semester, like, we literally were reading different playwrights. One of them was Julius Caesar. The other one was Hamlet. There was fucking Beowulf. We read a bunch of different ones. Like, and we also saw the different movie adaptations of these as well. I mean, so, like, if I remind you of it, I am more cultured. You know what? Fine. You know what? Fine. I'll grant you that. Fine. Touché. Fine. But you know what? At least I know about Hamlet and stuff. Shakespeare's required reading. Yeah, dude, yeah. I'm honestly gonna be honest with you, dude. And you know what? I need to get back into Shakespeare. Like, I need to get back into Shakespeare, honestly, because, like, dude, Shakespeare is legitimately fucking not only influential, but required when it comes to, like, so much of, like, frankly, when it comes to a lot of literature and all sorts of things. Dude, fucking Shakespeare is seriously, like, yeah, like, at least a little bit. I'd at least, you know, at the minimal, check out, like, a synopsis or at least, like, an adaptation of, like, some Shakespearean work. Like, I mean, there's, like, you know, movies and, you know, TV shows and stuff like that that are adapted from Shakespearean work directly and stuff. So, I mean, at the very minimal, do that. At the very minimal. At minimal. You gotta do that shit. And also, like, when it comes to the pronouns and stuff, Shakespeare is the first one, at least, you know, significantly in history, where, the whole pronouns of they, them were used more predominantly when it comes to referring to somebody. Like, so, you know, Shakespeare was woke. He was awoke. Red Magic Courage, Great Gatsby, Kill Mockingbird, Red Fern Grows. Dude, those are good ones. At least you know, I mean, you know what? At least you know some. Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, I will agree. I'm not a fan of Romeo and Juliet. I will admit. It's okay. It's a good one. I mean, it's obviously very respectable and a very, you know, like, talented, you know, piece of, you know, playwright and shit. Like, I ain't gonna, you know, dog on it, but it's not for my taste, personally. I mean, I can find some admiration to it, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things I do actually like about it, but it's not really my personal taste. But yeah, Tempest, you know, I don't know too much about that one. I kind of forgot, you know, a little bit about that. Yeah, Julius, I mean, yeah, honestly, that one's fucking pretty good, honestly. Hamlet is fucking great. What else? There's like, I mean, man, there's like so many different things, you know, with like Shakespeare that it's like really good work. It's kind of hard to like really pinpoint it down. And honestly, I'm just kind of rusty with a lot of like what I know about Shakespeare outside of like the ones that everyone knows about right now. So I know I can probably find a book or something like that that has like the total complete like works of Shakespeare, which also are updating, you know, as they discover more works, because from my understanding there is like a, you know, whole set that is actually being updated every time they find, you know, some new playwrights. And actually very recently they discovered a bunch of different playwrights and poems and stuff that Shakespeare wrote and updated that type of shit. Surprised they let us read Huckleberry Finn to BH. Yeah, I don't remember reading Huckleberry Finn in high school, but I do remember talking about it, and I do have the book myself. I remember getting it when I was a kid. You're reading some of it. How about Romeo and Juliet being like a hentai? Yeah, dude, wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, I didn't read that. Romeo and Juliet feels like a hentai, same energy as lolly. What the fuck are you talking about? What? It's basically, you have like literally sexual themes of underage characters. Okay, dude, okay, alright, bro, let me break it down for you, okay? Like, first of all, like, they're both, like, pretty much, like, borderline adults. They're, like, pretty much, like, it's inferred that they're, you know, like, late teenagers, like, 16, 17, maybe even 18. So they even might be, like, young adults. So they might be, like, even 18. Like, but they're basically, like, the equivalent of, like, you know, teenagers. So, like, 15, 16, 17, maybe 18. You know, so they're around that age. I mean, it, you know, like everything about, like, you know, them as characters, Romeo and Juliet, they are, you know, like, you know, they both pretty much imply that they're at least around that age. And of course, they're within the peer group. So they're at least a very similar age. You know, so if that's the case, then as far as I'm concerned, it's fine. I mean, do you know how many fucking movies are about, like, teenage romances and shit like that? There's a lot of that teen romance movies and shit. There's fuckloads of them out there. I mean, Romeo and Juliet is the equivalent of a teen romance
movie. That's what it is. I mean, it's the equivalent of like a teen romance drama. That's honestly, I mean, really think about it. I mean, that's what it is. It's like a teen romance where you have two rival families that, are elite, rich, aristocratic families that are feuding against each other, frankly, for their own reasons, for financial, political, and economic power, whatever the fuck. That's never really, specifically detailed, but that's not the point. The point is about Romeo and Juliet being with these, feuding families still finding love with each other. And, and it's about that, and, and kindling and, trying to find love and connection despite the fact that they are technically rivals, so to speak. I mean, and essentially, kind of coming to terms and struggling with that type of shit. And eventually, to the point where they would rather take their lives than be separated, essentially, because, because at least, Juliet thought that Romeo died and killed herself, and then Romeo kills himself after realizing that she did. So, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's just it's basically about, the struggle of, the romance and connection when it comes to, two, partners that have family that hate each other. I mean, honestly, it's more about a broader social commentary, and honestly, there's a lot of commentary within it, but at least to some extent, it's about, at least, a pretty glaring one is that, when it comes to, even if, you're a part of a family or a group or a tribe, so to speak, that might be antagonistic to someone, that is a part of another family, group, or tribe that is, they're antagonistic with, but yet are still able to find love and romance, it's that is more valuable and more fruitful and more impactful, in comparison to the rivalries and the, quibbling that, the two families are having in the first place. I mean, because at the end of it, both families at least, kind of start reconciling with each other a little bit, and at least, try to be more neutral with each other at the end of it. Or they're oh shit, our, two of our youngest, in our family died because they loved each other, and they killed each other and killed themselves, because of it. Maybe we should probably, not be so fucking aggressive and so hostile towards each other. Maybe we should try to kind of have a clean slate a little bit. It's kind of implied that, they, kind of start working about trying to, reestablish, essentially, diplomacy and, good terms, or at least neutral terms, a little bit between the families. So, honestly, it's just I mean, it's not really about the fact that they're teenagers. It's about, the other shit around it. I mean, the fact that they're teenagers just kind of adds, if anything, a little bit more of a, impact to the broader story, when it comes to the whole Romeo and Juliet story. I mean, just because, they're young, they're, essentially, in a way, practically be, heirs for the family, in a sense. And basically, inherit a lot of their wealth, or their power and shit like that. And because they happen to love someone from another family that would have been in competition in a sense, and would rather have joined together and essentially combine their power and wealth and stuff like that. And those families did not realize that and understand the true implications of their bond. They it actually burnt it down. I mean, so there's a lot of different things, when it comes to, Romeo and Juliet that you can really take in. I mean, and this is me being rusty with, with Shakespearean playwrights and stuff. I mean, it's been a long fucking time, and, and I still got a pretty decent amount of Romeo and Juliet in my head. I couldn't tell you specific, little chunks or quotes out of the fucking stuff and shit, but I still remember it. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it took me a minute to kind of, shuffle the files in my brain to get that shit out, but, it started coming out. And also, funny enough,
the teacher that I have for my playwrights class, I don't want to say his name, but I know who exactly what his name is. Because my brother, when he went to the same high school I was back in 2000, 2001, he was the theater director for my brother when he was a thespian in high school. So dead ass, like I've honestly knew that teacher personally, even before I was in high school, because my brother knew him, because he was his like theater director and shit. When he was a thespian, it was just like oh my fucking god. Honestly, oh dude, Macbeth. Oh my god. I never even thought about any of that until you just said something about it. Oh my god, dude. Oh. I need to read that one. Dude, I need to get into Macbeth again, dude. I don't remember much from it, but I remember it, like, being fucking awesome and really, honestly, thought-provoking. Like, when that was another thing in playwrights with the same guy I'm talking about. Like, that was another one he had us read up and study about, was Macbeth. And, oh my god, I loved it. You hated Macbeth? What? Aww. I don't like plays, so. I mean, generally, I don't usually, but I have a respect for it, though. Like, I've been to multiple plays. I've been to plays when I was a kid, seeing my brother, partake in some plays and stuff. I've, seen different, like, local plays from, like, Portland, indie thespian clubs that will set up little plays and stuff. I've seen all sorts of different plays stuff. I have a respect, and I mean, I have a soft spot for plays and like playwrights and shit. I really do have a soft spot for it. I mean, because like, it's a fun art. I mean, like I never done it like on a thespian level, but I've even done it before every now and then, a couple times, and it's honestly fun. I mean, it's actually pretty fun, to be like in like this kind of like boisterous character, and you have to kind of be like that anyway, because you have to make sure the audience hears you, so you have to be super boisterous every time you say your lines, even if you're being kind of quiet, because if you're being kind of quiet and maybe whispering, you have to use this voice. I mean, it's just like stuff like that. I mean, honestly, like there's like a fun element about like playwrights and theater play and shit that, I have a soft spot for a little bit. And I think, honestly, it's just because my brother did it a lot. I kind of grew up around it a little bit. Like, and hell, like, I mean, there's even been times when I was in a band class where we would be kind of like the orchestra for the background for some plays and shit. So, I mean, like, the shit would be fun. I mean, like, there's been times where I've, kind of partook in some plays just because of being, like, one of the musicians in the back and shit. It's fun. I mean, it's really cool stuff. I mean, because there's, like, a whole, like, just, like, web that goes into it to make it all efficient. When it comes to, like, the music aspect of it, make sure all the actors are in character and dressed up and, in like in the time or in the play, so to speak, and shit, having the sets and like everything. I mean, it's like it, and having to like everything kind of like culminate into like that whole thing. It's fun. I mean, it's really cool shit, and you can extrapolate that when it comes to like a concert, when it comes to like making a movie, or when it comes to anything really. I mean, it's like, and, because, like, all the different little pieces that come together to build this whole big thing and, and, like, be a part of the process that culminates that result is just really fun, and it's just so satisfying, too. Like, I mean, it's just, like, to be like, damn, I was, like, one piece of just, like, this whole thing that just, like, built up, to this really cool thing where everyone loved. It's just like that type of shit is, it makes you feel so fucking good. I mean, like, it honestly, it's kind of helped, over time kind of deal with a lot of like stage fright and stage anxiety and stuff. Because, I've learned is, if you don't let that get to you so much and just like go with the flow and just say fuck it and, just kind of go all out in a sense. I mean, in a way, I mean, people love that shit. I mean, and and that type of stuff makes it a lot more like fruitful. And I'm not a fucking fish. Fuck off with the hiccups. And it makes it like, you know, more just satisfying, because like if you just like, I mean, another thing at least I do personally is I don't look at the crowd at all. You know, at least if I'm like, you know, the main person on the front stage, because I've been on that, you know, sphere as well. Like when it comes to being like the front man for, you know, like, you know, being a vocalist or, you know, or some other stuff. Like, I mean, I've been in that, you know, field before, you know, and it, you know, and one, you know, little trick I do is I don't look at the crowd. I look above them. Like, usually kind of directly above, and, you know, at a certain point, I kind of get into it to where I kind of start walking around and kind of start making motions and stuff to where, you know, like, the crowd ain't even there at that point. And sometimes, like, in a way, like, you know, them starting to be like, oh, shit, like, woo, you know, and it's, like, it kind of gets me more into, like, yeah, and I kind of get more into it and having more of a stage presence. I mean, so, like, you know, it's, I mean, there's kind of like a high about it, in a way. And, I mean, there's a certain thing that, like, there's, like, a certain, like, energy and a feeling that kind of comes into being on stage, and, like, that honestly it's in a way hard to describe, in a way, because I've done it a bunch of different times in somewhat different ways, and it's always like a great experience, and I always feel fucking awesome and feel good, you know, and to the point where like I'm not like shaking out of nervousness or anxiety, but out of like, oh yeah, you know, just like fucking like the energy is just like so much, and it just can't be contained anymore stuff, you know. It's like, I mean, that type of shit, I mean, it's just like, it's something. I mean, it's a really specific vibe that just, like, overwhelms you and overcomes you. And when it does that, like, it takes over. And whatever anxiety and nervousness you have at that point just is dead. And once that happens, it's a fun feeling. I mean, it's really great. What's it? I was thinking about taking up Margie. Wait, what? MTG, Magic the Gathering as hobby. Here to unbeat, they're welcome there. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering. That shit flies over my head. Wait, so MTG? Wait, what are you talking about? I only know Marjorie Taylor Greene or Magic the Gathering. So what's the other acronym for this? Marjorie, we could fix her. We could fix her by literally, like, skinning her and then giving her a proper skin graft to make her look like more of a real human being. And then just eject her to the sun. And in fact, you know, don't skin graft her. Just, once you know, like, you know, remove her actual skin to show her true reptilian nature and her true reptilian self, just eject her to the sun. Neutralize that foe.
Dragons fall from skies, singing rainbows in their eyes. Title.
Or just have a laser shooting dinosaur like obliterate the fuck out of her and just like make her nothing but dust. That'd be cool. That'd actually be badass. Like that'd actually be way too cool for Marjorie. She doesn't even deserve that, never mind.
combat samurai. Just research thunderstorms, because of
We can fix it. I mean, magic eraser. Like, I do mean magic, like the pencil from SpongeBob. Just a eraser. I mean, yeah, because there's always like an off chance if you eject her to his sun. Like, there, you know, it might miss, you know, the course. It might, you know, misdirect. And then just like orbit the sun really quick. And then just like, you know, shoot back to us like a boomerang. And then she'll become more powerful than ever because she got charged by like the nuclear fucking like stellar fucking energy that was the sun. So she'll literally get charged up by the sun's energy. And she'll be like a stellar titan, you know, and it will come back. And it's like, oh my god. Not only would she be like a demon Nazi titan freak, but she would be like a galactic stellar, like, chaotic demon Nazi freak. It's like, oh god. Charged by the, like, energy of our own sun, dude. Notice a sharp reduction of laughs since you finished season 8. What, a Family Guy? Yeah. I don't really watch Family Guy anymore, so... yeah. Go out to the multiverse to be exact. That was the last consistently funny episode. Well, I really want to know, honestly. Oh my god, he's just knocked the fuck out. Oh, Crayfly. Hey, come here, bro. Damn it. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there. Just gonna grab a bug, but it didn't work. Made me sad. It's gonna show it off. Oh, wait. And come back? No? The one where Sue and Brian go for the multiverse. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's the Sue and Brian special episode. But even more, so then now we'll kill each other over the pettiest shit if we spawn instantly. Oh, dude, yeah. Frankly, I mean, I probably would do that shit myself. And I know there would be so many people that would do that to me. And I would do that to a shitload of people at the fucking... at my work alone. Like, there'd be some, like, Karens or some piece of shit. And I'll be like, you know what? Bam! Alright, you're gonna respawn tomorrow anyway, so whatever. I'll just, like, put it away and be like, alright, whatever. Back to my job. Next customer! Hey, don't be a dick or else you're gonna...
myself crown,
You drink the rest of the milk, but Dad, no buts, young man. This hurts me more than it's gonna hurt you. Just points right up to its fucking gut. Not even his head, right at his gut, so he can fucking feel it for a while. Oh god! Why the fuck did you do that, Dad? No! Oh god, no, oh my god! Oh my god, my fucking kneecap, no! No! You hear another pump? The barrel just goes right on the other knee. No, just put it in my mouth! And then, you know, after that, he finally fucking, you know, blasts your head. And it's just like... But then they respawn tomorrow, and they're like, alright, I'm gonna get that fucking gun from that shot, you know, I'm gonna get that shotgun for the gun cabinet, and I'm gonna make that motherfucker suffer. I'm gonna make that motherfucker not even realize what Unit 731 was capable of, because I'm gonna do even worse.
Robert Prince of Alter 2, always rule my kingdom rule, having drawn a glory of war, casting a rule forevermore. Robert Prince of Alter 2, always rule my kingdom rule, having drawn a glory of war, casting a rule forevermore.
I was waiting for you to sit back. Do what you get killed for. Drugs. I got killed for sneaking out. You. I drank the rest of the milk. Yeah, I say you deserved it, but I guess you're gonna have to respawn, and I guess you will have a vengeance quest upon you. You will, when you respawn, you will have a vengeance quest, destined, where you will subconsciously always think about this vengeance quest, to take revenge over that. But you could also rectify that, and it will go away if you buy twice as much milk than you guys usually do, so you can repay for your sin. I'm back. Gonna take a piss. Enjoy double wizards.
Rise, a creature of darkness! Rise, a hand machine! None of the sources of cyberplex! The crystals have no seen! Yeah! is ready in the land. Beside us, you remains today. There to die.
Begone, false servants of chaos! I swear by the blood of the sword in my veins, I will never be defeated for the eternal glory of the
Oh no! Oh no, dog's falling!
Robot Prince of all the two, all the robot kingdom rule. Every child of Lord of War, destined to reign forevermore. Night will be a place to break. Rise to the Romans meets his fate. Every child on their fight, killed with the reason of his might.
I'm just like fucking with Stock so much, and he doesn't even know what to do. He doesn't even know what to do with himself. You little ball.
The flying on the stars, the race of heaven and the rains of all. The will of holy hammer, the light of holy
I like it's just like a ragdoll right now. Well, oh, here, let me lower his legs so you don't need to see the peaches. Oh no, he's a good boy. You goof. Oh, whoa! Oh my fucking god, that was about to be a fucking... Alright, you're off my lap. Oh my god, my heart is so rushing. Oh my god, that was about to be a disaster. Oh my god. Zukov, why did you have the urge to kick like that? Oh my god. Oh dude, the bong, the brewskis, like everything almost fell. Oh dude, my heart is rushing, so I'm trying to make it stop pumping out of my chest. Oh my god, dude. Oh dude, that was almost a catastrophe. That was dead ass almost a catastrophe. Oh my, I don't even know, dude. Oh my god, I was gonna be so mad. That was almost epic as fuck. So it was at least hilarious. You know what? Fine. You know what? It was funny. Nothing was damn. Actually, you know what? I'm surprised nothing fell. Like, my bong almost did, but I caught that. My brewski, like, started doing this little tippy-tossy thing, but it gravity took over and kept it where it was. Nothing else fell. I'm honestly surprised. Like, he kicked this fucking thing, like, significantly. Like, that was a significant kick he just did. Like, I'm honestly surprised he didn't knock this fucker over. Knock the table over. Oh my fucking god. If he did that shit, I actually would have been seriously upset. Like, honestly. Oh my god. I mean, I love my boy, but dude, if he did that, I genuinely would be mad. Like, seriously, I actually would have a reason to be mad at him. But he's okay. He, you know, he didn't do nothing wrong. I'm a fucking prick. You really are, aren't you? The ultimate contrarian. Honestly, like, he really is. But you know what? I want to, you know, have it any other way. You know, like, Venom wouldn't be Venom without him being a little contrarian, bro. If you're not my friends, then what the fuck are we then? Yeah, like, what the fuck are we? Like, aren't I your friend? I mean, we've had our spats, but we're still friends. I still see you as a friend, as a homie. Yeah, we're online friends, but so what? Like, I mean, who cares? I mean, so's Rose. I mean, he's an online friend. I mean, online friends exist. Entertainment? Nah. Well, dude, well, you know what? Even if that is the case, isn't that a part of why friends are there? You know, because you have connections, you know, kinship, entertainment, you know, between each other, because you make each other laugh and stuff like that. I mean, like, really? I mean, you know, hey, if that's the case, then so what? Dance Monkey singles to $20. Hey, don't tempt me. Like, I will actually start putting my Cash App in my descriptions of my streams if you start saying that. Hey, donate $20 if you want. If you want to do that, like, you know my PayPal at the very minimal. In fact, you've actually given me some before. There was that one time where me and my roommate were like, yo, we're both kind of poor and broke right now, and you were like, $30, here, grab a 12-pack, and we did. Like, I mean, you know, so there was, like, you know, there was that, so you know my PayPal, because I've at least a few times in the past, you know, so, I mean, hey, don't tempt me. Rose might be a different story, but me, don't do that.
Now, the character might not the brother
Alright, where'd that light go? Where's the ladder? There ain't no way it's on the floor. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I guess it is. Watching a sub version of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS, and if there's anything I've learned, it's that what solves struggles besides card games is strength of believing in each other, or just getting stoned. I don't know. I mean, isn't that like a stereotypical trope about anime? It's like, as long as you believe in the power of friendship and being stronger together, we could overcome anything. That's literally like most animes, bro. Like, I feel like that's like, you know, a lot of anime tropes right there in a nutshell. I mean, think about it. Pokemon's a little bit like that. I mean, hell, Attack on Titan has a little bit of that going on. Obviously, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does a little bit. Dude, I mean, a lot of these animes got that whole, like, strong and powerful friendships, will make us overcome anything. You know, it's like, there's that shit going on. I mean, it's I'm just saying. You can stop a meteor with the power of friendship, vanish. Well, fuck me, I guess I was wrong. Goddamn. Motherfucker. Let's see if it's like things we could look at. YouTube's starting to really know me too well. The algorithm's starting to get tuned in a little too much. Glory Hammer, but it's only the mountains. I guarantee you this is literally just every time they have mountains in their lyrics. Okay, when was that? 3 years ago? Oh my god, I guarantee you there is at least more than 22 seconds worth of mountains in their lyrics. I actually saw a video where it's like Glory Hammer, but it's only the song titles and lyrics, you know, being played. And some of them were honestly cursed, but there was a few of them that were actually really good. Like, there was one specifically, Legends of the Astro Hammer, that was really awesome, because it's basically literally just, Legends of the Astro Hammer. It's just literally that over and over again. It just sounds like a fucking, like, warrior chant. Legends of the Astro Hammer, Legends of the Astro Hammer. It's just like, damn. It's like, alright, I kinda like that. Every now and then there's a few of them that are honestly kind of cursed. Castration can be shared war culture that anime hammers the friendship message so much. Yeah, I mean, because like so much about like the war culture and like the, you know, society about Japan is just like so isolated and shit. The entire show implies that they, like, wait, what, huh? Who, what? I just wish Jaden could have fucking admitted he liked Alexis. Like, huh? Oh, what, okay. Yugi has been shit with his subplot, so, and it was a late stage addiction to the show. I don't know if I watched, like, enough of it to really know about that type of, about, like, the subplots like that specifically. Because, I won't admit, I'm a little confused. I only really watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Growing up for, like, all the badass fucking, like, battles and stuff like that. Watch Batman Beyond. Well, I didn't know that was a thing, so I mean, not me, obviously. Like, cause I honestly wasn't aware that was the thing. What? I mean, yeah. What? I'm sorry. Oh my god. My bad. It was mad, but I'd like to twist it into Batman was Bruce's long lost son. I forget his name. Oh, I think I know what you might be talking about, but because it wasn't it, like the fact that him being bisexual literally made everyone fucking butthurt on the right wing. It was the same universe as the show's Justice League, Batman, the anime series, Superman, Stat Shock. Way spoil fan. Well, I mean, oh my god, I mean, I'm not like, you know, into all the superhero shit, so I don't really, you know, I'm not really like, you know, like versed into these things. I mean, I'm not like in. I'm sorry, Jesus. I didn't realize what I was doing. I'm so.
King of fight no rains, on the wheel, the holy hammer of flame, holy cosmic frost.
The new Batman suit is hands down my favorite. Batman being on the set in the far future after Batman's back was broken by Bane. No, it wasn't. You just got too old and retired. See, I don't know. I don't know this shit. I can't remember if they got Mark Hamill to do Joker on that one. I mean, wasn't he the Joker for the animated series? Or I would think he would be. Sit. 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 No. Hey, hey, hey. Sit. Good boy, Paw. Paw. Stay. Whoa, you just gotta fly. Damn, I just whoa. Whoa! Damn, you're swiping flies left and right. Holy shit. You know what? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You don't need no treats. You just fucking impressed me doing that. You know what? Here, here, take this too. Here, and there you go. I was gonna make it work for that, but holy fuck! I mean, you just nailed two fucking tiny little little atomic particle flies, and you just nailed those fuckers. That was insane. Like, good boy, good boy. I want that. I want more of that. I need more of that out of you, my brother. That was some good shit. I need more of that. Can you do that more often, please? Oh. Looks kind of interesting. Looks kind of... It definitely is different. Kind of looks, I mean, almost kind of like... What does it almost kind of look like to me? It kind of almost looks like, you know, like almost like a werewolf-esque kind of thing, like a werebat in a way. Like instead of a werewolf, it'd be a bat, so werebat. I mean, it almost seems kind of like, you know, he actually kind of almost like kind of like takes form of like a bat in a way when he, you know, puts on a suit. Or at least a little bit more literally. Okay, if you didn't have the DC anime universe, what did you watch growing up? And GT's of this. Okay, now that will get you sent to the camps. Wait, who? Me or who? Wait, who? I'll take, but Dragon Ball Z is better. Super. Venom. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, honestly, dude, I feel like we already, like Rose. I mean, we already, you know, agreed to that well before this. I mean, there's been plenty of things I think we've, you know, established about Venom that we're just like, you know what? Nope, he needs to be into camps to be very educated. Food is one of those things, and I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Don't even think about it, Venom. I know you're thinking about it. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. Don't. Dragon Ball Evolution was the greatest of the Dragon Ball movies. Have I seen that one? I know I've seen a Dragon Ball movie, but I don't know if it's that one. Better than the made-for-TV Dragon Ball movies. I know I've seen a Dragon Ball movie, but I don't know if it's like Evolution or one of the made-for-TV ones. Venom was your favorite holiday. I don't know if you're gonna regret that, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong.
Chaos, evil, for no mortals
Veterans Day. Veterans Day? Really? Seriously? I'm massaging my temple and sighing right now. Should I torture Venom? I know there's something that could torture him. I could, you know, should we? Like? I don't know, but I think I might be able to have a way to get him tortured and fucked up by my singing abilities. Did my message under the temple and whatnot show? Out of everything you could have picked, like, actually no, I'm just shocked you didn't say something like Columbus Day. I mean, I saw that, yeah. But I'm, you know, like, I feel like I should torture Venom now. I honestly feel like there's a few things I could do that with. You know what? And if I do, I'll only do one, and I'll have some fun we can look at too. Because I actually did find something, so. But now you kind of got me like in this mood of like, damn, should I torture fucking Venom now? Because I'm most certainly in the idea of doing so. I know one that's short, and I literally said I do only one. So. You can tell me that I didn't nail the Piccolo costume of the Peak Dragon Ball. And Goku just looks like in the anime. If it wasn't for the fact that I just played the song, I mean, I want to click it. How's my shit all fucking tangled? What the fuck? I'm gonna have to use my hands. Fuck it. There we go. A great film, actually, provided if you suffer a major concussion 10 minutes prior to the movie, is quite enjoyable. Provided you suffer a major concussion 10 minutes prior to the movie. Oh, damn. You know, I'm not telling you my favorite anime so you can shit on it. It's not our fault you have hot takes. I'm just glad I'm not like the hardcore fucking anime nerd, so I don't know anything about this shit. I'm only like, you know, aware of certain animes, and it's only because of very specific things. Is it Hamtaro? Yeah, what the fuck is that? I guess even Venom is like confused about what the hell that is. So I guess we have something where, you know, he doesn't know. That's good. It's about hamsters. Oh my god. So one of the cute but harmless ones. Not my thing, but you need something for teenage girls to squeal over. Oh, so it's like one of those like weird teenage anime like squeal girl one. Okay. I mean, oh my, like, I mean, just the thought of that makes me even want to like start torturing you now with this. Ninjas are a big thing. Ninjas? Think about, what was the most popular anime in the West from 2004 to 2008? Naruto? Naruto was pretty huge. Like, I remember being pretty into that shit, you know, at the time. Bingo. I mean, honestly, Naruto wasn't really that bad. This fucker meant my shows were over and for like 2 episodes. What the fuck? This little weirdo? Why does it look like one of those little weird hamsters that was like, you know, like a weird like one-off album that did that like or whatever the fuck. Why does it look like one of those hamsters? But just way more kawaii in anime. It just looks like one of those hamsters. I forget what the fuck it was called, but it's one of those hamsters, but kawaii. And I really don't want anything to do with that. The main cast look like rejected Pikachu designs. Rejected Pikachu designs! Damn. Oh my god, rejected Pikachu designs. Oh my god. I guess if Trump does sound weird anymore. It's also rare they bend over backwards to accommodate a trader after he gets a murdering village. I guess if Trump does not weird anymore. Yeah, I imagine that shit wouldn't necessarily be that weird. I mean, considering the fact that I guess we're okay with the fact that traders can have like a velvet glove traded with them. But whatever.
Hero, glory left my hammer, but now I wield the sword of primal power. Made once by the gods. Mine was there, king of me, better when I came right back. One better. Oh, not the thing where we all is really together. Oh, you're the master of the universe. Very, very, want to say and master of the universe. You breathe in the future, but now I change the past. Darkness, originally realized. Feel the evil the people of every galaxy, mighty hero to every reality. Better, but I can't move back. One better.
In contrast to popular fanfiction, Naruto was not beaten by villagers as a kid for holding the nine-tailed demon to him, just shunned. I mean, if he's shunned, I imagine he would be bullied, and because of that, he would probably be, you know, at least physically bullied, you know, by bullies and shit. So I imagine he probably would have been beaten a little bit. Like since that's a narrative. Someone doesn't understand how strong fitness can be, so Venom. Uh-oh. I think he just made a hot take with Rose. You know what? Yeah, honestly, I'm feeling more of a stronger conviction to like torture you with at least a singular karaoke now. Just to remind you. Just to remind you of your fucking place there, sir. Because I could do that, and I am more willing to do that. In fact, honestly, at this point, I'm pretty much more willing to do it now at this point. Just because I'm starting to build it up in myself. I won't accept a traitor in my arms after you try to kill me multiple times. So you would not accept your Lord and Savior, Jeebus? Alright. I think I know what's gonna... I think we know what we need to do. Yeah, Jesus would literally turn the other cheek. Literally. I'll move for switch navigation after interrogation for information. Nah. I would just literally prohibit that from you. I just literally would I literally will refuse you execution. Be like, nah. You're not gonna be executed. Nah. I literally will refuse to do that until you give me what I want. There. I'll be right back. I'll take a little piss and I think I'll torture you after that. Alright, little pup.
I see from a distance a young lass in
vengeful rumble sounded from afar. As the earth trembles, the sky above the primordial dwarven caverns turned as red as blood, as Angus realized with horror that the maw hell had opened and an endless swarm of fireflies arose from the abyss.
The words of Joshua Graham purpose killing when done righteously is nothing more than a chore. That's why according to Mormon. Alright, you know what? That basically is going to guarantee, you know, the torturing. Because you're basically what, like Joseph Smith? Gotta get some Joseph Smith-isms, you know, going on there. I know what you're talking about. It's Fallout New Vegas because Joshua Graham with the Zion DLC. I know what you're talking about, but oh my god. You know what? It's guaranteed now. It is solidified. I'm going to do this singular karaoke, and then we're going to check out some memes. Some fun stuff. Because I did find something that we could check out, but we're doing this first. Something easy. Something short, too. It's not that long. Won't be a long torturing. It's mostly for Venom because I'm going to make sure that, you know, he is tortured. Playing LGBT... Or, playing New Vegas is... Playing LGBT is a New Vegas tradition. Playing New Vegas is an LGBT tradition. One of the first games with open gay character arc. Yeah, with the confirmed bachelor, or, you know, or the vice versa for a female character. Yeah, that is true. I honestly did that, and also, I made my character bisexual pretty much, like, all the time. Because, well, I'm bi, so I made all my, you know, all my characters, you know, fucking bisexual, but anyway. You know what, you know, it's also fun and probably bisexual and full of rum and all that fun shit. Tortuga. So, we're gonna go Tortuga now. Sweet, delicious sufferings. Oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be a lot going on now. Let's have some fun. Like I said, just the one. Yeah! You wanna know where you are, that is? Alright then, well let me tell ya. Falling trees in the wind seas, the sunshine beating down, a wanton man with a price on my head, on the sunshine beatish crown. The last week of Birth Royale, I stole a ship and stole a crew, set a sail on the moonlit sky. I know just what I had to do. It's time to spin the wheel. We can go where it never feel. We're heading to the west where the land that's best, and it ain't ever coming back. Tortuga! Tortuga! Tortuga, welcome to the sea. What? Welcome to the sea. What? Your face here, gonna tell you how to be. Gonna gonna be vitalized for me. Gonna dig for treasure. Getting back.
battle. 18 odds cattle, gonna drop out wow with my treasure gun. And oh wow, rolling niggas got you on the run. We're gonna dance forever. Sail, gonna cross the ocean blue. There's a land that waits for you, where the alcohol will flow forever. Guide to the land of endless rum. In the Caribbean sun, it's a place where we must go. Tortuga! 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 Fire!
Rushed it a little too much. Oops.
Cross the sea, cross the sand, set my sights on foreign land. Cross the sea, cross the sand, set my sights on foreign land. Across the sea, across the sand, set my sights on foreign land. Across the sea, across the sand, set my sights on Tortuga! Yeah! Tortuga! Tortuga! Oh, Tortuga! Far across the waves, we sail for many days, where the cold streets are paved. Where we gonna go? Tortuga! Far across the waves, the waves of many days, where the golden streets are paved. We're gonna get drunk, but you better drink rum with me.
They should have gay bakers for gay cakes. And there are no bakers for Christians. Are those gay bakers paid more than them? I would hope so, and in fact they should be. Yes, 100%. Gay bakers should be paid way more than just, regular good old bakers, because fuck it. Why not? YOLO. Here. Odious right-wing memes! Because, the torturing is just going to continue from here.
Time for some right-wing memes.
Woo! Right-wing memes, baby!
So this is a left-wing meme being responded to by a right-wing account called The Left.
Why is this just a kid's movie where you got, Hercules kissing a woman? But this is indoctrination, where you got two men kissing each other.
Meme, right?
That's just what the queers want you to think.
So they ask, the left-wing meme is asking the question. It shows Hercules and Megara kissing, and it says, "Why is this just a kids' movie?" And then it shows Hercules kissing Aladdin.
Both are kind of gross. No, they're not. Both are fine. Yeah, that's the point. This is the reason why the right-wing puritanical fucking weird prudes are stupid. It's the fact both are fine. The fact that, two men or two women kissing and, a man and a woman kissing, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that is very platonic. There's nothing inherently sexual about that unless you, for some reason, infer that, in it. So, honestly, the fact that Hercules is kissing this princess, it's not sexual. Same thing for Hercules kissing the Prince of Aladdin. There really isn't, anything inherently sexual about that. It's just hey, you got a kiss going on. It's that shows intimacy and, a bond, with, two people, but that isn't, inherently, a very sexual thing. It sure can be, but, it doesn't have to, because that is something that you infer at the end of the day. Make out with my non-romantic friends. What did oh my god. Dude, you think that, this or this, what, you think they're friends in either in the scenarios? Obviously, they're in a relationship in those scenarios. And you know what? There's friends with benefits. So, yeah, there's also that. So, there's friends with benefits because guess what? I make out with one of my, friends with benefits and shit because guess what? We're friends with benefits and every now and then we have, sexual exploration of each other and shit. Because that's literally what friends with benefits are. It's friends with benefits, which obviously are applied to be sexual. Duh.
And it says, but this is indoctrination. And then the left camp meme says, damn, you want children to watch Aladdin and Hercules kissing? You are just a pervert that deserves to be a registered offender. LOL. So basically just proving the meme's point.
Just another way of saying sexual partner. And wow, you know what? It's as if that there's different, elements and different aspects about, having a sexual partner. Like you can have a romantic relationship and a close relationship with someone as a sexual partner, or you can be friends with somebody that also can extend to, being a sexual partner in some ways as well. It's as if there's a spectrum.
Just proving that they don't actually have a problem with kids being, quote unquote brainwashed or whatever the hell into seeing, romantic scenarios or whatever the hell. It's homosexuality they have a problem with. They don't like the idea that kids might see a gay kiss. They don't care about them seeing a kiss. They care about them seeing a gay kiss. So that means their problem is with gay. They don't like gay things. And they think that gay things should be kept away from kids. And their flimsy pretext for that is, well, it's sexualizing them.
Even for themselves, by the way. Because, I know from personal experience, and I directly remember this, to the fucking detail. And I've mentioned it before. The last time I was in Texas, it was around, 2021 or 2022. Notice how it's male on male example. Well, guess what? I'm about to show a female on female example. I'm about to tell you about one of these situations as a personal anecdote. Here, let me explain the story. I've told it before. So, the last time I was in Texas, because it was for, it wasn't for, I think I was just literally visiting family at the time. But, I was visiting my, way more conservative, more, frankly, more QAnon-esque aunt. And, and with her husband, just, spending the night at their place for the night. They happened to be watching the first fucking episode of CSI Hawaii. I literally would not give a fuck or even know what that show is if it wasn't for this fucking memory that I have. And the only reason why I know is because one of those fucking scenes was literally, one of the fucking, female investigator cops and shit, getting, a little sexual making out for, literally 10, 5 to 10 seconds, basically. And my aunt literally freaked the fuck out and took the fucking remote and tried to skip it back so she could pause it for 10 seconds and move forward and try to skip ahead, and she ended up skipping to advertisements and try to skip back even further so she can avoid the ads and go back to the show. She literally spent more time trying to get away from the lesbian makeout scene that was going on in that one fucking debut episode of that fucking show that I really could not give a fuck about, CSI Hawaii or whatever the fuck. And she freaked the fuck out over a lesbian makeout scene. There wasn't any titties or anything like that or nothing, whatever the fuck. It was just, they were totally clothed, but they were just just making out, just getting a little steamy and shit, which obviously is implying that they had some sex. The whole scene was implying, they fucked, basically. That's the whole idea. And yet, she literally freaked the literal fucking shit. She's like, oh my god, she literally was vocally being my disgust. I must, vocally, show my disgust to my conservative husband and to my, potentially, queer ass little radical lefty fucking, nephew over here, And it's just oh my god. I mean, it's fucking hell. It's it's a TV show that has a 10-second lesbian makeout scene, and they flip the fuck out over it. Honestly, her husband kind of glanced up when it was happening, kind of shrugged, and looked back down on his phone. He didn't give a fuck. He was just paying attention to his phone. He didn't give a shit. She was the one paying attention to the show and freaked the fuck out. And it's just what the fuck? Literally over a 10-second queer scene, that literally has no impact on your fucking life outside that you were exposed to it for, a fraction of an atomic second.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? And honestly, I bet she spent more time watching it, trying to skip it, because she was fickle fucking with, fast forwarding, like rewinding and shit. Like, honestly, I mean, like, I bet she saw more of it just on that virtue, than just, like, letting it play and just muting it for, like, 10 seconds and just unmuting it and just, like, looking down for a second or something. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's so, I mean, like, I get if you're, you legit are kind of weirded out or some shit. Like, whatever. I don't give a fuck. But don't make it, like, some other person's problem, even in your own personal fucking life. Like I said, I would not remember the fact that that show was a thing. I would not remember that scene specifically was there. I would not remember any of this if she did not literally get triggered and become a snowflake and a little fucking bitch because she, two women making out scares me and makes me offended. It's like, I literally would not remember that if you didn't do that shit. It's like, who's the triggered little snowflake bitch now? I mean, sorry, but that's what you are. And honestly, I don't really give a fuck about being, like, a little mean to my aunt in this case, at least with this one specifically, because she's a QAnoner. She's hardcore anti-vax. She literally thinks more people died from the vaccines than COVID itself. She's honestly unhinged. I really don't got that much fucking respect for her personally. I mean, even my brother don't. Like, I mean, him and I honestly kind of reminisce about how fucking wacko she is. Because she is fucking wacko. Like, she gets unhinged over a 5-second lesbian scene, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's like, goddamn. Basically her. Yeah, essentially. Dude, oh my god, almost. I mean, she didn't pass out, but oh my god, I mean, that pretty much might as well be equivocal. Oh my god, she literally went like, oh my god, she actually did do that for a minute. She and like started getting the remote and just like, oh my god, that was just like literally the most offensive thing she ever fucking laid eyes on. Like, oh my god, dude. Oh man, dude, I'm gonna have to fucking see her this, the coming weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend. You know what? Honestly, if politics come up, I'm just gonna be I'm gonna be fucking flaunting my queer gay ass. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm gonna be, I will actually fucking show my colors then. I don't give a shit. I've legitimately have kind of like hid some of my aspects about myself, including my sexuality and shit, but you know what? Fuck it. This year, I don't give a shit. I'm ambitious. I want to see how they fucking feel. I want to see how they fucking feel about me being bi. I want to see what these motherfuckers think. My mom's, gotten over it and don't give a shit no more. But what about these guys? What about, these, the Southerners? These true Southerners, tell you what. Because, I mean, I know one of them probably be like, oh, God, he's just, overcome with the sin. He needs to forgive himself. I know one of them's going to be like that, but what about the rest? You know what? I'm willing to gamble. I'm a gambling man. I like to gamble every now and then. Gold shower gangbang movie is the most unholy thing I've ever laid eyes on. Man, I hate healthy food. That's on you. I love healthy food. Healthy food's good.
Well, if the straight kiss isn't sexualized, then the gay kiss is not sexualized. If the straight kiss is acceptable, then the gay kiss should also be acceptable. Unless your problem is just with gay. Which apparently it is. Be your child's first bully. And
what? Oh my god. Like, the idea of parents being the bully is fucking insane and unhinged in itself. And it's like, oh, be your child's first bully, especially if they happen to be gay or trans.
This dude has a kid with a rainbow wing and a trans wing, and it's just like, nope, we'll be cutting these off, and the mom is sad. The mom is like, no, he's destroying his creativity and stuff. And the dad's just like, nope, not on my watch. And, instead of this being in condemnation...
Not on my watch. We ain't gonna have this weird Triniquero, on our family. Hell no, sir.
...of this horrible man.
No, ma'am.
Like, oh, yeah, this guy is actually right. Crush your kid's spirit.
Just make sure they're, like, beaten down and literally, like, bullied by you as a fucking parent. Like, is this basically like a meme? Just like okay, you know what? If we actually had, like, a CPS that was worth a fuck, I mean, any parent sharing this meme, should basically qualify to have their kids taken away. Like, I mean, unironically. Like, I mean, if you got, like, a parent sharing some shit like this, it's like, you need to be the child's first bully. It's like, no, like, that parent and that motherfucker needs to have their kid taken away from them. Like, like, legitimately, like, no, they are not fit to be a parent. They are a fucking psycho. Like, they are, like, they literally see these kids as, like, property and, like, nothing more than an object to fucking bully and fucking abuse. Like, no, fuck that. Like, it's like, every parent deserves a parent, like, oh my god. Every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a child. Like, there's that whole saying, well, I mean, this is, like, it, but, like 10,000-fold. Like, this little kid sprouting his little wings, or her wings, or whatever the fuck, like, this kid sprouting the wings and shit, does not deserve these fucking psycho, fucking unhinged, like, fucking deranged parents. Like, fundamentally, they just don't. Does there be put face first for the glass coffee table? Yeah, I tend to agree.
Ends up just another cog in the machine. What is their love? Not just for heterosexuality, but for homogeneity in society. Why do they want everyone to just be the same? Why are they so frightened by any sort of, glimmer of individuality?
Because they're insecure about their own fucking individuality, that's why. Because they're insecure about the fact that, they have, like, an individual in themselves that, could be something more. But yet, they've been taught and ingrained in their fucking head that, that it must not be prospered and not must be, fertilized, but must actually be, like, drowned and fucking succumbed in this whole fucking indoctrinary NPC fucking religious cultish bullshit. I mean, that's, like, fundamentally why. Like, so many of these fucking people, like, I mean, that, push a lot of this type of ideology are just so insecure about themselves. Like, I mean, they just are. I mean, whether about their sexuality, about, like, some aspect about, their status, in society, or whatever the fuck. Like, there's always some sort of insecurity that these motherfuckers have, and they use shit like this as a scapegoat. All the time. I mean, it's just like, I've seen it way too fucking much to just, think that, that just ain't the case. Like, I mean, people will legit, take their insecurities and, project that onto a certain group or a certain element of society and say that they're at fault for the reason why they, have the insecurities that they do. And it's just like, it's, I mean, it's just insane. I mean, if anything, they probably legitimately identify with that group more so than they fucking realize, but they just, fundamentally are ingrained in the idea that they are the fucking enemy. Like, what, they actually truly think, who they really are inside is actually the enemy and the abhorrent degeneracy, and they just cannot fucking, accept that, like, whatsoever. I mean, and thus, it just creates, this strong insecurity, especially when it gets so ingrained, later on in life. It's easier to break out of when you're younger, but fuck, I mean, once you get to a certain age, it's harder to fucking break out of. I mean, and hence why, I mean, so many boomer types and shit, are so fucking ingrained in the fucking shit that they are, because frankly, they're all insecure fucking little bitches. I mean, at the end of the day, all of them are insecure about themselves one way or another. Like, they're insecure the fact that they never were able to achieve the American dream. They're insecure about their identity. They're insecure about their sexuality in some way or another. They're insecure about the fact that, you know, like they aren't necessarily, like, totally economically stable, despite doing all the right things and all sort of shit. Like, I mean, they're insecure about some element or multiple elements of their fucking life, and cannot just, you know, have the introspection to realize that, you know, and maybe to some extent it is on them, but also to other, you know, elements. It's not like certain groups or certain, like, you know, scapegoats that are, you know, like the fucking problem. It's the entire system that they thought, you know, and was teaching them and was ingraining in the idea of, you know, of achieving the American dream and all this other shit, you know, and ingrained it in their fucking skulls so much that it's that system, which we're still in right now, that is, you know, that has, you know, put that in, you know, like, fucking mindset in their head, and, you know, has created this fucking hardcore insecure element, you know, in society, especially with older generations. I mean, it's just like, I mean, a lot of it, I mean, it's just kind of like you're beating a dead horse, but it does go to capitalism in a lot of ways, because so much about capitalism enforces this idea that you need to go to college, you need to have, like, a good career to have a good, stable, you know, like, financial, you know, income, so you can have a white picket fence and, you know, like, 2 kids and, you know, the wife and the dog or whatever the fuck, all this other bullshit. Like, all this has been ingrained for multiple fucking generations now, and it's more unachievable than ever. And I wonder why so many people are kind of, like, insecure about themselves. It's like, it's kind of a wonder. And because of that, it makes it more easier and more like, especially considering if you have a manipulative, charismatic motherfucker like, you know, the Andrew Tates, the Charlie Kirks, you know, these fuckers of the world. It's like, when you got, you know, motherfuckers who are willing to manipulate them, you know, because of the charisma, into very nefarious, fucking toxic, you know, disaster shit that continues to reciprocate the fucking cycle. I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, it's a wonder why we are in the situation that we are when it comes to a lot, at least, you know, a lot of the social ills that we have right now. Because, like, a lot of it's due to insecurity. And our current system that we've been under for multiple generations is, frankly, one of the main perpetuators of that shit. And it creates a lot of the fucking shit that, you know, when it comes to this bullshit right here. Like, this whole cultural nonsense, like, you gotta be your first, you know, bully for your child, because if they're queer or trans or some shit, that's degeneracy, that's, you know, something that we can't accept and stuff, because that's one of the main scapegoats, you know, for some of these, you know, insecurities that, you know, a lot of, especially conservative types, you know, have. So it's, I mean, in a lot of ways, you know, this whole entire system is just ingrained so much of this fucking reciprocal bullshit, especially on, you know, like, the social level. And it's just going to continue to be that way until more people realize that the root of the fucking problem is the system we're all under. Not the fact that there's, like, gay people that exist, or, you know, this and that, or, like, you know, like a certain weird extremist politician or something. I mean, those aren't necessarily the roots of the problems. Like, the roots of the problems are what enable that shit. And those type of things are the symptoms of why, you know, we're in the fucking issue we're in now.
They view that with such scorn and contempt. Could it be because they feel repressed in their own lives, and so they repress others? Could it be that they are terrified that if these ideas are free to be explored in society, then they themselves might be tempted to explore those ideas? Could be. This one I was
Yep. Exactly.
hoping maybe someone in the chat could even explain to me. I'll put the chat.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, wait. This one? What the fuck? So we got a Christian emoji, and then the LGBT flag. Put it back. Wait, Fallout New Vegas? Huh? I don't even get... Yeah, I don't get this. Wait, hold on. Let me try to break it down. Oh, is it like that fucking Elders or like the Zion DLC where you're like at the Zion National Park and you got Joshua Graham and shit? Is it that? Oh my fucking god. Is it actually, is it that in a nutshell? Is that what's going on here? Is that what, is that it? Like, cause that's the only thing I could think of. It's not Christianity, that's Mormonism. Like, Joshua Graham is a Mormon. Like, he literally said, what, huh? Oh my god, this meme doesn't even make sense. Oh my god. I mean, this is also another thing. I mean, like, a part of insecurity is like, I mean, sometimes, like, I mean, people, like, you know, like, fucking will project their shit so much, you know, when it comes to a scapegoat, to the point where it doesn't even make fucking sense. Like, huh? And also, like, I know Venom was even mentioned earlier, before we even looked at this. Like, Fallout New Vegas is one of the first Fallout games, and, like, that had an openly, like, at least had an ability to have an open gay character if you want, or even an open bisexual character. Like, there was perks that you could take to where you can either be, like, overtly straight or overtly gay, or both, and you can, you know, have certain, like, you know, speech, you know, like, like, options to where you can, frankly, potentially have a romantic relationship with, you know, like, you know, any NPCs that you have. And that also includes, you know, females and males, depending on which perks you took and which character you decide to make. Like, so, this, like, the Fallout New Vegas was, like, pretty LGBT friendly. Like, huh? There was even NPC characters that were, like, and wasn't it, like, that Arcane Ganon guy, like, the dude from the, you know, from the, what was it called? I forgot the name of the organization, but it was, like, in Freeside. Oh my god, I'm forgetting the name of it. Like, they were, like, a humanitarian, like, you know, group that, you know, basically, I forgot the name of it right off the top of my head. But, like, you know, like, I'm pretty sure it was implied that that guy was gay. And also, there was, like, a few other characters. I also like the Brotherhood of Steel lady in Fallout New Vegas. I think it was implied that she was lesbian. I think it actually, it's not just implied. I think she literally is. I think even says that she's a lesbian. So it's like, I mean, Fallout New Vegas is legitimately, like, pretty LGBTQ friendly. Like, so, huh? This meme doesn't even make sense. Like, if anything, it should be the other way around. Like, the LGBT flag should be where the Christian emoji is, and the Christian emoji should be where the LGBT flag is. Like, why don't you put it back, thief, you fuck? Like, get your fucking weird Christian hands off our fucking queer-ass New Vegas, bitch.
What does this mean? So there's a copy of Fallout New Vegas, and there's a rainbow hand grabbing the Fallout New Vegas, and then there's a Christian hand saying, "Put it back, thief." What is going on here? My interpretation of this is that the Christian, like, some Christian person somehow thinks that, like, Fallout New Vegas is for them, or, like,
I think it's literally just because of Joshua Graham. And just the fact that he's a character, especially, you know, one you can meet in one of the DLCs. I think it's just that. And even then, he's not necessarily meant to be a character that you overtly look up to. Like, if anything, he's kind of, like, somewhat of a warning. Like, he's kind of like, I mean, especially from what I remember of him. It's been a long time since I played New Vegas, including that DLC. But from what I remember, like, I mean, you know, like, philosophical, like, I mean, he's a very, like, in-depth philosophical character. I know that much. Like, and he had a lot of, like, elements philosophically, you know, tied around him, you know, as Joshua Graham. But, like, one thing that I, at least, you know, kind of took from him was that, like, despite a lot of his, like, broader good intentions and a lot of his, like, broader ideas of what he kind of wants to, you know, like, you know, see for the different people in Zion and shit, and for the different tribes, like, I mean, fundamentally, he's a man of war. Like, he's a man of militarism. Like, I mean, even you know, for most times that you interact with him, he's literally there, like, fucking maintaining M1911 Colt 45 pistols and just, like, you know, continuously, like, you know, checking them and maintaining them and stuff. Like, the dude is, like, a dude of war. Like, I mean, as much as he talks about, like, you know, various different aspects of, like, challenging these different aspects and the more barbaristic elements of our nature and shit, like, I mean, he's kind of one who's somewhat succumbed to it. I mean, in a way, he's kind of like the commentary of a warning about, like, the whole idea of ends justify the means, and, you know, and, like, the idea of, you know, and also kind of fundamental extremism when it comes to religion, too. I mean, there's kind of some different things where he's kind of, like, in a way, a warning a little bit. Still really fucking great character, but, you know, I mean, in a way, I feel like, some people, especially Christians and religious types, really misconstrued him as like something, as like a wholly good character or something, and he honestly really isn't.
Is their lifestyle or something? I legit just do not understand.
I mean, I suppose like at best he's kind of like an anti-hero. Like, I mean, it's like good intentions and like broadly like, still a good fleshed out character, but like the means and, a lot of what, he really is kind of about is not necessarily as, good intentions, so to speak.
What the hell the message of this is even supposed to be? This is one of those ones that I selected, solely for its inscrutability. Possibly the rise in shoplifting heroes? Okay, maybe.
Shoplifting heroes? Let's see what some people say in here. Maybe they think woke is taking Fallout from them? If that's the case, then why not like Fallout 76 or something? Something, I don't know. Fostered the recent rise of shoplifting, quote, hero. Okay, that's why you... And Christians can't claim it. What a god... what in a goddamn... Literally a quote from Benny. It's from Dronification. It's not... Okay, maybe that might have been from before. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I think of is, because of Joshua Graham being there as a character. And even then, like, I mean, if you look at Fallout New Vegas as a vanilla game, there just isn't anything really there outside of just, like, some of the maybe tangential references of him. But you have to have the DLC to really, like, actually, like, interact with him. So, I mean, this doesn't make sense. This meme is stupid. This meme is unironically retarded. Like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, if you look at, like, the vanilla game, like, it's more LGBT friendly than not. Like, I mean, what?
An angel.
Oh my god, oh no. An angel crying at the cradle of an aborted child that he was to guard. Oh no.
Crying at the cradle of the aborted child he was to guard. Well, I mean, the angel didn't do a very good job guarding him, I guess. I mean,
evidently not. And also, like, would the angel just basically be, like, hired or given a contract to do something else? You know what I mean? Like, if it was, like, if this angel was supposed to be hired to, like, guard a baby that was apparently aborted or whatever the fuck, then wouldn't this angel just be designated to do something else? Like, wouldn't God be like, alright, I guess this baby was aborted, so you're going to be doing this instead, or something. Like, maybe guard this baby who's not going to be aborted, or, like, huh? Like, this doesn't even make sense. Like, if God has, like, 1,000 fucking, like, 8 kajillion aliens, like, fucking angels... Well, aliens, I mean, aliens, angels, I mean, whatever. Same difference. But, like, if he has, like, 8,000 of these motherfuckers and, like, 8 kajillion of these bitches, like, I mean, like, couldn't he, like, designate them to different shit? And if something were to happen where it's like, oh, shit, change of plans, like, an angel can just, like, be designated to do something else? And even then, like, God knows you before you were even conceived of in the womb. So, God would know if you were going to be aborted or not in the first place. So, he wouldn't have an angel designated to be waiting for you in the cradle if you're going to be aborted. Like, so what the fuck? That's literally in the Bible. God knew you before, you were conceived out of the womb. That's literally in the Bible. So, if we're going to take that logic, this angel should not be there, like, weeping or whatever. Like, it would be, hanging over a cradle, over a baby that didn't get aborted because God knew that baby wasn't going to be aborted. So, is God taunting this angel and saying, look at you crying in misery over the fact that you couldn't guard this baby that was aborted? Like, is he just like a callous fucking shitbag then? I mean, he is, but is he even more so than, like, I realize, if I'm supposed to infer the logic of this fucking meme? Considering what I know about the Bible, because I've read it multiple times. So it's just like, I mean, I know what the fuck's in there. So it's just like, I mean, he's a callous fucking sociopathic god indeed. So, I mean, let's just really think of what the real answer is here. You really need to ask that. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, of course, God is enough of a sociopathic fuck that he would basically even take one of his own angels to basically be in this position. Like, unironically. Like, God would do that because he's that much of a shitbag.
You know, I mean, shouldn't the guardian angel have prevented the abortion from happening?
I mean, God should have been able to do that, but he didn't. Which honestly makes him more of a scumfuck if you think about it.
I mean, doesn't this meme kind of admit that a fetus is not a person?
Yes.
Because it says that your guardian angel doesn't even kick in until after you're born.
Yep.
So
I mean, also, yeah. If anything, this also kind of validates that point too. Like, if the idea is that if an angel is supposed to guard you when you're alive, but this angel cannot guard someone who is alive because he was not yet born, then that means a human is not yet, you know, a total, like, living human until they're born. You know, they're just like, you know, like a fetus that has to, like, you know, survive off the mother, you know, via pregnancy and shit, you know, before then, right? Like, so, I mean, the whole idea is, like, I mean, this even invalidates the whole idea that, like, you know, of their fucking logic. Like, I mean, in multiple ways, frankly. I did it once already. I don't need to do it with this more legit, realistic explanation.
When you're in the womb, you're fair game. So, I mean, doesn't that kind of argue for abortion at that point?
Well, the Bible literally does, by the way. Like, I mean, if your wife, you know, happened to commit adultery and potentially is pregnant with a son that is a bastard child that is not your son, then she needs to take the bitter water from the priest, and if she happens to have an abortion, then that was not your son. And if she does not have an abortion because of the bitter water, then that is your son. And she did not commit adultery, and that didn't actually happen. So, like, it's literally in the fucking Bible. Abortion is in the Bible.
Under the floorboards, aren't you? I mean, yeah.
Wait, hold on. What's this? You're sheltering straight people. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get my good SS accent. Yeah, you're sheltering straight peoples under the floorboards, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, that's just in schools. Oh, 999. Oh. I have to be extra flamboyant with it because obviously we're a little bit of a queer boy here. We got a little bit of an Ernst Schwam brother right here. I tell you what.
This is so true. You know, I mean,
yeah, when the queers take over, when you got the Nazi queer ass, you know, Ernst Schwam fucking groomers, you know, taking over and everything, brother, they're just gonna be asking if you got the straights, the breeders, in the basements and in the floorboards, because that's what they're going to be doing. It's just going to be goddamn fucking queer Hitler from here on out, I'll tell you what, brother.
The real Nazis today are all these LGBT people who are, of course, trying to genocide.
Oh my god, I really can't take this meme seriously, dude. Like, dude, yeah, like queer people and like, you know, LGBT folks, yep, they're the real fascists. Like, what? Fucking what? Just like, I can't even take this seriously.
You know, straight people aren't even allowed to exist anymore in this society.
Those fucking breeders.
Crazy.
You know what, honestly, what does that say about my... Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't even want to look at that, but not yet. But, like, honestly, what does this say about bisexual and pansexual people? Like, I mean, you know, like, for this meme, like, you know, the straights. But what about the bisexuals and pansexuals? Because they can potentially be breeders, right? I mean, they're bi/pan. Like, I mean, you know, they're not exclusively into the same biological sex or whatever the fuck, right? Like, so... I mean, what about them? What about me? You know, it's like, I like, you know, all the above. Like, I mean, what about us? You know, it's like, I mean, you know what? You know, not only is this queerphobic, but this is even exceptionally even more biphobic. Because what about us bis? Huh? What about us pans and bis? What about us frying pans and us, like, you know, bisexuals, okay? Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? What about us? Because, like, I mean, we're, you know, we might be hiding under the floorboards. You know, you never know. You don't know that shit. You know, because we might be, you know, doing some breeding ourselves, and that might be verboten in the fucking, you know, fascist queer dystopia, apparently. So, like, I mean, you know, hey, do we just not exist? Or we just, you know, one of the confused queers or some shit? Or just one of the confused straights? Is it something like that? I'm not even kidding, by the way. Like, there is unironically kind of like a biphobia / kind of like panphobia that happens a little bit. Not just with like conservatives, but even within the LGBT a little bit. Like, where it's like, oh, you're bisexual, but you only had sex with a man. And by the way, you know, referring to this person's man. It's like, oh, so you're gay, right? It's like, no, I like women too. And it's like, oh, but you only have sex with dudes, right? Yes. So you're gay. No! And it's like, you know, same thing it's like if you're, you know, like, same thing, you know, vice versa. It's like, oh, you're bisexual? It's like, yeah, I've had sex with women, but I also like dick too. It's like, oh, well, you're just kind of confused then, but you're straight though. It's like, no, like, I like dick too. It's like, so you're gay? No, I've had sex with women. So you're straight? It's like, no! It's like, ah! It's like, oh my god, like, some people just don't understand, you know? It's like, motherfuck. It's like, what? It's like, ¿por qué no los dos not making no sense to anyone? It's like, I mean, because I'm not kidding, that's happened to me. Like, I mean, it's, like, not lately, but, like, that has happened before. And it's just like, huh? No, that's the what? It's like, no. Honestly, I just kind of get more flabbergasted and just kind of frustrated more than anything than offended. And honestly, I never really get offended over it, unless it's like, oh no, bisexuality is just literally not a thing. I mean, then I would. But if it's like, you know, just, you know, anything else beyond that, it's like I just kind of get like frustrated and be like, what? No. You know, like the OG like meme of like. You know, that guy, you know, the OG, like, you know, like, I basically just be that in a nutshell. Just like, what? No. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like saying you only eat beef, so you don't like chicken. I mean, for real. It's like, oh, you know, it's like, I like chicken and beef. But, you know, I've predominantly just kind of eating burgers and steaks lately and stuff like that. Oh, so you only like beef. No, I like chicken too. I mean, I'll have a, you know, fried chicken sandwich every now and then and stuff, and, you know, fried chicken tenders and stuff, and every now and then. I've just been having steaks and burgers lately. Oh, so you like, you know, you only like beef. I just said I like chicken sandwiches and chicken tenders. It's like, what? It's like, it's like, man. It's like some people legit just like have a total absolute with, you know, some things. And it's like, oh my god. I mean, it's not offensive. It's just frustrating. And it's just kind of like, I just want to, like, do a wet salmon. Like, you know, wet salmon out of water. Just slap them silly, dude. I just want to slap them silly. That's all I want to do. I don't want to do, like, any actual physical harm. I just want to slap them silly and just be like, what the fuck? You know, that's it. I just want to slap those motherfuckers silly. Is that minimal? That's what they deserve. Just get slapped silly like a wet salmon. Wet salmon. I hate people outright telling you what you mean. Like, no, motherfucker. You can guess, but never say. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's like, that's another thing. And it's like, you'll say one thing, and then people are like, oh, so you actually mean this. And it's like, no. Just because I'm saying this does not mean, like, an absolute of this. Like, no. It's like, what? Oh my god. Can you not read nuance? It's like, is nuance not a thing for you? It's like, oh my god. Anyway. Here, let's keep going a little bit. Like, oh no, because I saw a snippet of it, and I knew it was gonna be good because I see Star David. There's an umbrella with DeSantis, by the way. Got to protect your children from vaccines, the Jews, Bud Light, Target, queer people, and communism. Which isn't Target and Bud Light basically the same thing as the queer people thing? Because, like, you know, isn't the whole idea is that Target and Bud Light are taken over by queer people? So, like, the whole, like, I feel like these can just be morphed into that. But, you know, whatever. But, you know, also Jews, though. You know, DeSantis will protect us from those Jews, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, which also, like, confirms the idea that, like, one of the main, like, roots of the cancerous, disgusting, Floridian, amoebic incest tree that is Florida is literally Nazis. Like, just literally. I'm not, unequivocally, literally Nazis. Like, I mean, I'm just convinced, like, all the fucking Nazis that either escaped Nuremberg or got a pass from Nuremberg and basically were given, like, you know, certain roles in, like, NASA or some shit or whatever the fuck. You know, they all retired to fucking Florida and they, you know, decided to instill themselves in Floridian, like, culture and politics and shit. Or their children did. And basically, Nazism's back, baby. Because Florida. You know, because Florida, why not? You know, because the Fourth Reich, you know, who knew that was going to, you know, rise from Florida? Who knew Florida was going to be the birthright of the Fourth Reich? I mean, oh, God. Fuck me. Like, it's even more meth-addled and incestuous than before. So, I mean, you know, hey, you got that, you know. So, gotta love it.
There is, some...
And plus, you know, you gotta garnish alligator fucking on top of it.
So I guess they're protecting their kids from the rainbow. And the rainbow is made up of vaccines. You wouldn't want your kid to get a vaccine because then, you know, they might not get sick. And, you know, you want your kids to get sick, obviously. Bud Light. Yeah.
Hey, TJ, you missed one. You skipped one. You kind of skipped the very obvious, glaring one that, like, you went from vaccines to Bud Light. You skipped one, bro. Are you saving it for last? Is that what's going on?
Because, you know, of course, beer is definitely going after your little kids. That's the main people who drink beer, children. Target, you know, which is, of course, a kid's store. And then they're within the rainbow.
I mean, I guess kinda. I mean, it's literally just like a general, like, all family store. Like, there's kids sections, and then there's, like, you know, a kitchen section for, like, kitchen utensils and shit. And appliances and the like. And I think they have literally, like, a furniture. Like, they're just literally, like, a general, like, household store, basically. Like, for general household items. That's just basically what Target is. Like, I mean, at least the Target at my mall has that shit. Like, I've seen, like, they got, like, mattresses, you know, fucking appliances for kitchenware and stuff like that. They got clothes and the whole shebang. You know, it's like, they're just like an all general store. Like, I mean, what huh? I mean, yeah, I mean, they're, I guess just because of that, they're technically, you know, in part, you know, a kid store. Just because, like, yeah, there's kids' clothes and, you know, some, you know, other kid items there.
There is another.
I mean, it's a
rainbow?
fucking Target. I mean, duh. What do you want?
I don't really understand that. And you got.
Then why is the full name of the store Target? Because it's going to target your children. Bon, bon, bon. Oh my god, it's just honestly, like, reminding me of that fucking music song, video / song. Like, that fucking, like, Target thing where these, like, that conservative rapper guy, oh my god, I'm not gonna look at it again, but I'm just now suddenly reminded of that. Oh my, it is so bad, it's actually kind of fire. It is so goddamn horrible, it's actually kind of good. It's like literally one of those songs where it's just so goddamn awful and so bad, it's actually kind of good. Like, I'll listen to it, like, once in a while, like, just because of how just goddamn horrible it is. Just so I can have a nice, good laugh. Just have a good barrel laugh, dude, because, like, man, it makes me laugh every time. It's a good song for that. Like, I listen to it ironically for that, and it's just so fucking great. I just love laughing at how horribly stupid that fucking song is. I'm just thinking about it and it's making me want to fucking start barrel laughing. That song is so fucking stupid. I love it so much for how dumb it is.
And you got the hammer and sickle. You know, because of course communism, part of that rainbow, even though like the Soviet Union has a kind of a checkered history on LGBT rights. As far as
it kind of does. It kind of went back and forth with it.
Gay unions go, there was a brief time when the Soviet Union was pro-gay, but that kind of fell by the wayside a little later on. So they kind of went back and forth on it. And then, of course, you got...
Which I honestly feel like that was a lot of ways to kind of placate the more conservative, social conservative element of the populace and shit, which is super predominant, which, I mean, you can see an example of that today in Russia, so...
The Star of David, because the Jews are part of...
Oh, hey, now he mentions it.
Rainbow. I mean, you know, Ron DeSantis... the governor of Florida, one of the most Jewish states there is, I think like the third or fourth highest Jewish population in the country.
Well, hey, brother, TJ, you know what, brother? That's why DeSantis is someone who needs to have that umbrella to protect us. This goddamn state is overran by the damn dudes, I tell you what, brother. Like, it's overran. It's like, got so goddamn fuck many of them. It's like you need someone like a DeSantis, you know, put it in the reins. Make sure you put a balance and the force on that shit, brother. Tell you what, amen. And our Lord save Jesus Christ, I say.
If I'm not mistaken. I mean, one of the highest percentage of Jews in the entire country, and he's never
all
done
content is satire, YouTube.
anything against the Jews, and I'm pretty sure he would be a pro-Israel guy. Unless I'm mistaken, I mean, let me see.
I'm honestly pretty sure that DeSantis is kind of like pro-Israel and shit. Like, didn't he do like anti-BDS laws and shit? I'm pretty sure he also kind of did some of that too, at least early on.
Find
I know Florida has like anti-BDS laws and shit, so.
DeSantis on Israel, because
I mean,
I'm pretty sure DeSantis is not. Because of course the umbrella, I don't know if I've mentioned, but the umbrella is labeled DeSantis for president, so. Let's see what DeSantis' view on Israel is. Ron DeSantis signs bill to combat hate crimes while in Israel. Governor Ron DeSantis signs with...
He literally signed a bill to combat hate crimes, probably against Jews, you know, specifically, you know, while in Israel. The guy literally is going to Israel and shit, you know, like, for, you know, like, diplomacy and who knows what else. Like... Yeah, like, the guy is not exactly anti-Israeli.
In Israel.
Or anti-Jewish.
So he's visited Israel. Oh, yeah, he signed an anti-Semitism bill while in Israel.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, he literally signed an anti-Semitism, like, anti-hate crime bill and shit, like, while literally in Israel's. Yeah, probably a lot of it for symbolism's sake, but, I mean, you know what? Hey, he did.
So, yeah.
So, honestly, even this meme, like, yeah, DeSantis ain't gonna, like, yeah, there should be a hole in the umbrella where this is, because guess what? He ain't protecting you from that, you fucks. Oh, my God. I mean, it's like, it's also, like, I guarantee you, like, whoever made this and the same motherfuckers that are supporting DeSantis now were the same motherfuckers that are supporting Trump who literally, like, didn't he have, like, a commemorative coin, like, because he, like, visited Israel and had, like, a name, like, a town named after him or some shit, and all this other stuff, like, and moved the, like, embassy to Jerusalem or something like that. Like, he did, like, all sorts of shit to basically suck the dick of Israel, and, like, at least the Israeli government with Netanyahu and shit. And, like, and I guarantee you, the same motherfuckers that, you know, are now supporting the Sanders shit, being all this, like, you know, and all this other bullshit, we're sucking Trump's dick with that bullshit. Guarantee it. I guarantee you, whoever made this meme was sucking Trump's dick when he got that commemorative Jewish coin and whatever the fuck. Which you could buy. Like, I saw advertisements on TV for that shit at the time. Like, you could literally, like, buy that for, like, $20 or $30 plus shipping and handling or whatever the fuck it was. Like, I mean, it was something that you could literally buy as, like, some sort of little token, like, oh, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it was just like, I mean, I just hate the fucking hypocrisy of these pieces of shit. Because, like, on one hand, they are kind of consistent about their, like, hatred and bigotry and some elements about their ideology, but, like, like, are they so inconsistent about how they, like, go about that sometimes? I mean, motherfuck. It's like, oh, we're so anti-Jewish, but, like, a lot of people that we support, or sometimes even things that we openly support, you know, when it comes to policy and stuff, is literally very pro-Jewish and pro-Israel. It's like, what? It's like, fuck. Like, wait, how are you so anti-Jewish, but yet, like, lick their dick? Like, how does that even make sense? It's like, what? I mean, I guess it kind of does, because you got, like, that hardcore evangelical, like, Revelations mindset, and the whole, like, war cult / death cult mentality that comes with, you know, the far right, you know, Christian base and shit, because a part of the reasons of Revelations, at least how they think that will come to fruition, is that Israel needs to be, like, you know, a full-on kingdom and become the greater Israel and establish, you know, its territory and its true lands, and thus, you know, Jesus comes back and, you know, gets rid of, like, all the sinners, which includes the Jews, includes their kingdom, too, and basically, thus, you know, establishes, like, the new holy fucking kingdom, whatever the fuck, you know, when it comes to Revelations. So it's just like, I mean, you got, like, I mean, that hardcore element, which makes them in this weird, hypocritical, fucking oxymoronic, like, paradox of, like, being super hardcore pro-Israeli and Jewish while also being hardcore anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish at the same time. It's so fucking weird, but just, if anything, in a weird way, honestly, in my mind, even more fucking nefarious. Because it's just like that, kind of, in my mind, like a similar idea of, like, the whole, like, Christian love idea, where it's like, oh, you know, I love you as, you know, a sinner, but I just hate the sin you commit, and I'm gonna punish the fuck out of you for that sin, you know, if you don't repent, basically. And it's kind of the same type of fucking thing going on here. I mean, just on a far more gigantic, you know, bigger, sinister level, basically, where it's like, oh, we love the fact that Israel's a thing and we want to support it and shit, but it's, you know, for their own good, because they're going to be damnation to hell, because, you know, Jesus will return and show them the true way, and the rapture and Revelations are blah blah blah, and hellfire and blah, you know. So it's like, I mean, it's kind of the same fucking shit. I mean, it's like, because honestly, there's no fucking sinister hatred than Christian love. I mean, like, honestly, I mean, you know, in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to, like, you know, far-right Christian extremism. Because, I mean, like, I've seen that shit way too many times just personally to know that's a fucking truth.
This is...
even directly.
Is extremely pro-Israel, and actually, you know, has signed he signed legislation to combat anti-Semitism, which, you know, I think if it was any other group, he would probably call that piece of legislation woke. If anything, DeSantis is pro-Jew, not anti-Jew. So the idea that this DeSantis umbrella is going to protect...
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing, too. It's like... I mean, it's all... That's also kind of another... Like, I mean, it's another thing I haven't even really necessarily mentioned, but, like, yeah, the Jews / you know, Israel that they support is literally overtly fascistic. There's been, like, the Benjamin Netanyahu Israeli government, like, there's been different, like, administrator heads, you know, of different agencies. I forget, like, their names and shit, but, like, there's been multiple different people in Netanyahu's specific, you know, administration and shit that have overtly said, even Netanyahu himself, and says, like, yeah, we are fascists. Netanyahu has openly said, one of the mistakes that Hitler has made is that he was literally fucking manipulated by Palestinian Arabs, that the Jews were the fucking fundamental fault of World War I, not, you know, the Arabs. Like, you know, Netanyahu said that shit. Like, I mean, so he basically saying that, like, oh, Hitler's actually not that bad of a guy. The only mistake that he, you know, had was he was manipulated to think the Jews are the problem. That's it. That's the only problem. It's just like, what? It's like, fucking excuse me? It's like, huh? It's like, oh yeah, the Holocaust thing, you know, he just hit the wrong people. You know, it's like the idea of the Jews, no, they were the actual targets. Yeah, really, the Arabs. It's like, what? It's like, a fucking excuse me? It's like, I mean, what the big implication is with that quote? It's like, oh yeah, you know, the main fault about Hitler is that, you know, like the Arabs manipulated him. It's like, what? Like, Jesus McFuck Christ. I mean, if anyone manipulated his ass, it was fucking Catholicism and shit. Like, he was very interwoven with the Catholic Church. I mean, that's at least true. So, it's, I mean, so if it was manipulated by any religious institution, which isn't even really necessarily true, like, it would be the Catholic Church, and they, you know, even then, he wasn't manipulated by them. If anything, he kind of, like, in a way, manipulated. It was kind of like a mutual manipulation going on with that. Catholic Church saw mutual benefit with working with them.
From the Jews, probably not true. Not that you really need protection from the Jews. You know, the only people who might need protection from the Star of David are people who are Palestinians living in Israel. And
yeah, just basically Arabs and Palestinians and non-Semites that aren't Israeli citizens.
Antis isn't really doing much for them. In fact, he probably views them as subhuman animals and views them with contempt. So yeah, very strange meme. Based. Mother and father kick out son.
Oh, I remember this. I've seen this before, right? I remember reacting to this. This my father kicked out son, that kind of shit. Yeah, I remember seeing this before. Yeah, we've seen this one. So he plays his phone and he answers what I'm supposed to do. Since you think you could be a girl, you know, it's like, I won't have a train live in my house, but like, we've seen this one before. I kind of reacted to it before, but yeah, like, these conservatives are just, like, at least some of these extremists are just like, yeah, the idea of, like, exiling our own children is, like, you know, and, like, basically, like, foregoing the idea that, you know, they could even acquire their shit. It's like, it's one thing if you, like, I mean, it's still fucked up if you kick a kid out, but it's, like, one thing to be like, hey, you know, get your stuff, you know, like, you know, find a friend, and be out by the end of the month. You know, it's like, it's one thing for that to be the case. It's still fucked up and shouldn't happen, but that's still one thing, versus just being like, nah, you're not even allowed to get your shit back. Fuck you, you're not even, like, if you return here, we're gonna get our gun and we're gonna defend ourselves. Fuck you. You're trespassing beyond this point. It's like, I mean, it's like, like, what the actual shit? Like, that's beyond insane. It's still insane, the fact that you're kicking a kid out like that. I mean, it's just like, because it'd be one thing to be like, look, you know, we got until the end of the month, like, we don't agree with this, we don't like this, and, you know, it's still fucked up. I do not think that should be a thing. And that, but it's like, I mean, frankly, the spectral of level of fucked uppery is, you know, still a little different here. Because at least, you know, on one hand, you will have at least an opportunity to be able to have a buddy to bunk with and get some shit moved out and stuff. Versus, you can't even get your shit. You can't even go back to get your stuff. You have to potentially try to get friends to maybe, you know, rely on, or other family members that might be chill with you to get your shit. And they might not be able to get all your stuff because, you know, they don't know exactly what is yours and what ain't. You know, outside of what might be in your room. But it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, this shouldn't be a thing in the first place, but, like, nonetheless. I mean, even then, there's, like, a degree of, like, reasonability, quote unquote, you know, when it comes to this shit. And like I said, you know, right off the bat, this shit right here, regardless if it's like this or, you know, oh, you got till the end of the month or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. This shit's like fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's one thing if they're 18, it's like, hey, unless you got a job or going to college or something, you need to move out or something like that. I mean, I can kind of get that, but that ain't this ain't it, chief. That ain't that. It's literally the fact that they happen to identify a certain way and their parents just fucking absolutely just cannot fucking fathom that idea. They just can't even comprehend with it. Because they think it's like literal some moral degeneracy and, frankly, even a moral failing on their part. They probably literally guilt themselves and think they have sinned somehow because, oh, their kid became a tranny or some shit. Like, because when I came out by, you know, to my mom, even though at this point she does accept me, you know, about that shit, when she first, you know, found out about it, she literally was crying, being like, where did I go wrong? She was guilting herself, but implying that I needed to be guilted because somehow she didn't raise me right. And thus, I was led astray somehow, you know, and I made choices that were not good or some shit, and what me, you know, being how it was a choice, basically. Like, that was the whole implication, and it's emotionally abusive. Like, I mean, and this is literally what this type of shit is, in the most extreme level. I mean, it's like it happens in pretty softer, benign levels, like, you know, from my experience, which thank fuck, you know, honestly, my mom's gotten over that shit at this point. But, like, you know, after all these years, you know, luckily, but, like, I mean, not everyone has that fucking shit. Not everyone's got parents like, you know, my mom, who eventually can kind of come to terms and figure it out and, you know, understand it. Because you got motherfuckers like this, who will just literally, like, exile and pretend like, oh, no, my kid just died. I don't have a kid anymore. Like, I mean, you got motherfuckers that will think this shit because they happen to identify as, you know, even as something's being gay or some shit, not even being trans. I mean, that shit still fucking happens, and it is insane. It's like, what is this, the 80s and 90s, or are we in the 2020s? Like, what fucking era are we in? It's like, goddamn.
He comes out as trans, actually a daughter.
Like, you can't just throw a 14-year-old daughter on the street just for being atheist or trans. Well, that's my point. I mean, and, like, yeah, and I wasn't even, you know, thinking about, like, the whole virtue of, like, you know, them maybe coming to being adulthood. Like, this person who's sending, you know, this trans girl who's sending these texts, you know, could be, yeah, 14, 13, or 15 or some shit, underage. And at that point, like, they might not even qualify for being, you know, emancipated, you know, via the courts and shit. They probably won't even qualify for that. So, they're fucked. I mean, which is why, fundamentally, no matter what, like I was emphasizing from earlier, this shit is fucked up regardless, no matter what. It doesn't matter if, like, maybe, you know, this, you know, trans girl is able to find a friend, you know, that has a, you know, family that's more accepting to bunk with and chill with and shit. I mean, you know, that shit don't matter. Because, you know, hypothetically, if that's the case for this person, that ain't like that for dozens or, if not hundreds of other trans, you know, kids out there. It just, unfortunately, isn't the case. So, I mean, it's why this type of fucking shit is so dangerous, fundamentally. It's not just, you know, hateful or just, you know, bigoted. It legitimately is dangerous to one's, you know, livelihood, you know, one's well-being, before they even become a fucking adult. I mean, like, that's the thing. I mean, because, like, in the 80s and the 90s, it was gay kids. It was bisexual kids like me. It was, like, other kids and shit, you know, who weren't necessarily trans, you know, that were going for the same type of fucking shit. But because they're not necessarily, you know, the big ostracized outlier anymore in society, trans people are. So now they're the main fucking scapegoat now. And I mean, and I grew up having to kind of deal with some of this fucking bullshit that some of these some of these trans people have to fucking deal with. Some of these motherfuckers got to do, you know, and, you know, like, struggle with. Because I, you know, luckily didn't have to deal with the same fucking brutish bruntness of it all. But I faced, like, some of the last little bit of outliers of that shit. Because, you know, a lot of the early 2000s and even mid-2000s still had a lot of that hardcore 90s energy where being called a faggot and, you know, gay and shit was a very normal thing. Very fucking normal. And the whole smear the queer thing, still very normal when I was growing up in the 2000s and 2010s. Still very normal. It was common. I mean, they called it Rochambeau, but a lot of kids, you know, very much called it smear the queer back then. Like, because it literally wasn't even a decade or a decade and a half ago. Like, the 90s, you know, when I was growing up as in elementary and middle school, that wasn't even, like, a decade and a half from the 90s. So a lot of that shit just bled over. I mean, it's like that shit, you know, was still sticking around. It's honestly kind of partly why I kind of still somewhat kind of reminisce of a lot of 90s a little bit, because, at least from my childhood, a lot of that kind of, like, 90s culture was still very predominant growing up. Like, I mean, including, honestly, a lot of the bad. A lot of good, but also a lot of the bad. I mean, you know, and maybe that, honestly, in a way, has hardened me up a little bit about some of this type of shit. And, you know, in a way, I think, you know, probably, at least for my personal opinion, you know, for good for just me. But not everyone's cut from the same cloth like me, though. And this type of shit, you know, is the reason why. Because, like, for me personally, if I was in that type of situation, I mean, I might be a totally different person like I am now, but I might be able to, you know, fucking muster it out. Because I had, you know, friends. I had, you know, people, you know, that I can rely on and shit that was outside of my family, and shit, when I was growing up. But like I said, though, does every fucking trans person or queer, kid, these days have this type of shit? Obviously not. And even then, I was kind of fucking lucky I, kind of had my friend group. Because, especially during middle school, I really didn't. Like, my friend group grew in high school when, because I only had one fucking friend. And because, he happened to be in a little friend group and I kind of got in with him. That's how I have a friend group that I do now. It's because of just one fucking friend. Just one person. Like, and because, I met him in middle school, and he was, like, my one buddy that entire time when I was, like, the fucking outcast, and he was, too, in a lot of ways. Outside of a few other kids. But him and I were the only ones that would hang out a lot of times. And that one I'm talking about is Metal T, by the way. The one I'm referred to a lot, on streams and shit. Tyler. I mean, because he was, like, he's my boy, shit, for middle school. Like, I mean, for a lot of times. And for high school, too. And he met Stefan and Logan and everyone else first, and they all kind of, got together and shit, and that's how I knew all of them. Because of that. And that's how I got my fucking friend group and kind of found my outlet, and being able to actually kind of, grow, especially more because of that. And that's just fucked. I mean, the fact that, like, I kind of, in a way, kind of got lucky just because I had, just literally one friend. I mean, it's like, so many of these fucking, queer folks and just people in general, frankly, I mean, outside, being queer and shit, just don't got that shit right now because of how, like, things are unstable, just like this, fact of loneliness stuff, and also just how, like, toxic, like, high school is and shit. Like, I mean, like, on Public Freakout, I mean, it, like, when I, check that shit out sometimes, I'm scrolling through it, I don't, like, there's a lot of stuff I could check out, but I don't, because half the shit is just crazy, and a lot of it is literally like shit from, like, at high schools and stuff, where it's like you got like high school kids like going at it, or like a teacher getting fucked on and literally beaten up by kids, or the other way around, or like a teacher fucking like like laying down a law on some kids or some shit, or like the other way around. It's like sometimes that like Bub Freakout's got shit like that, and it's like fuck. Was it like that when I was a fucking, going for high school? Like, goddamn. I mean, there's definitely some truth where sure shit ain't like how I used to, remember it. At least, hopefully, it's like, it's not like predominant, but oh my god, it's definitely more so than it used to be when it comes to like crazy shit like that. I mean, so I really cannot even imagine being in high school right now. Oh my fucking god. Sounds like a goddamn nightmare, honestly. I'm just glad that I'm glad I was only in high school when I was, because I was in, like, the last little period of, like, high schooldom that was actually kind of cool and actually legit. Because, my god. This goes on basically a Street Fighter. Teacher's crack neck. Welcome to detention. Are you ready to get detented?
I'm at JC's. Okay, please answer the phone. I need you to answer. What am I supposed to do? Since you...
Well, yeah, I mean, we kind of know about this one, but... Let's go to the other one. Whoa! Whoa! Is this an ad? What's this about?
Come on down to Crazy Scottish T-shirt blowout sale!
Oh, shit!
We've got shirts, and we've got shirts! Big
Shirts?
Small, we've got them all! We've got a shirt that says drugs! And we've got a
Drugs!
shirt that
Yeah!
says my ancestors! We've got
I like
more
it.
colors than the rainbow! Right now, you can enter coupon code Crazy Sale 20 and get 20% off! Not 10%, not 5%, not 1%, 20% off!
Oh, shit!
How can we offer such a crazy deal? It's because we're crazy! But don't be crazy and miss the DFF summer sale going on now!
Damn!
Atheist.
Damn! Damn! Whoa, I might have to take advantage on that blowout sale. Whoa, oh shit!
Logic.
That was beautiful. Dude, that was just like some classic 90s, like, even early 2000s era, like, advertisement shit right there. Dude, oh my god, that felt fun. Speaking of nostalgia, like, oh my god, that felt nostalgic. That was like, a hit right in the childhood almost. back to the cringe. Atheist logic. If you don't show me who built this building, I'll believe that was created by itself. Literally, construction managers? I'm assuming so, because they're in, like, dress clothes, and they're wearing their hard hats. Like, what? A building is not the fucking universe. Because a building has a thing called a construction crew that builds it. And the universe is, I don't know, the fucking universe. Like, that's a thing that is, like, frankly, kind of beyond our comprehension for the most part. Like, we understand some of it, but not all of it. So it's just like, those are literally not even comparable. I hate, like, these weirdos, like, these Christian fucks that are like, oh, well, you know, you say that, like, universe was just created out of nowhere, then, well, who created that building? It's literally like, you know, the fucking watchmaker argument. It's the watchmaker fallacy. It's just like, oh, well, you say the universe, you know, just happened to kind of come out into being. Well, if watches are made, and, like, you know, it's like they happen to be a watchmaker, obviously. If there's a painting, there obviously had to be a painter. It's like, oh my fucking god. Implying that, like, watches or buildings or, like, paintings are the same thing as the fucking universe. It's like, no, it's not!
Who built this building, I will believe that it was created by itself. That's not really atheist logic, because I've literally known the person who built. I've been in so many.
It's not atheist logic. It's literally Christian logic. Like, Christians think this. Like, literally, like, Christians. This isn't atheistic logic. This is Christian logic. Like, this is what Christians try to fucking push on atheists to try to checkmate them. But it's, like, literally one of the most oldest fallacies that Christians have pushed. Like, I mean, it's basically literally the watchmaker fallacy. That's just what it is. I mean, that's the, like, it's one of the oldest arguments. Like, it's been around for quite a long time. You can, like, literally rephrase it as, like, in 8 million ways, you know, until Sunday, but it's still the same argument. Like, it don't work.
Without knowing who built them, and I've never once assumed they must have built themselves. The thing,
like, cause yeah, I mean, cause like at the end of the day, you know, it's like I could literally look at a building or a sculpture or literally anything, like, and be like, yeah, necessarily. But I do know, though, despite that, I do know that there were people, and a bunch of different people, that didn't make those buildings, or that sculpture, or at least, you know, like, or that painting and shit. Like, there was humans that were involved in the creation of those things. Like, that much I know. And the thing is, you don't have to know the specific, like, individuals, you know, or, like, the specific people that it created those things, you know, or the specific person that created the thing, whether the sculpture, or the painting, or the building, whatever the fuck. You don't have to know the specifics, you know, of who every single individual is, or whatever the fuck. That don't matter. Like, because at the end of the day, if you know that a building, or a painting, or a sculpture is built by, well, somebody, because obviously the fact that it's there proves that it was, then, I mean, that's all you really need to know about that. But the universe is not that shit. It's a like, I mean, like we literally are just, like, barely, like, the size of an atomic particle in comparison to the entire universe, for fuck's sake. Like, I mean, we're not even, like, a speck of sand in comparison to the universe. So it's just like, I mean, how's that comparable? Like, even if, like, our, you know, concurrent theories about, like, how the universe started with the Big Bang Theory and, like, you know, like, and everything, like, even if that is, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, incorrect, like, I mean, that is the closest we understand about it right now. And that's fine. Because, like, that's the whole point of science, is learning and understanding about what we can and what we can understand of the universe and shit, and trying to further understand the universe and a lot of how it works. The chemistry, the physics, and everything, including, you know, on our own planet. I mean, that's broadly about what science is about. So, it's just like, I mean, because of that, we're not going to know everything about the fucking fucking universe. Which also kind of applies to the whole God of the gaps fallacy too, which kind of, you know, is partly, you know, part of this logic too. Where it's like, oh, if you don't necessarily know all the people who made it, then that must infer there might be a God, potentially, that, you know, had their hand in the mix. And it's like, no. I mean, same thing for the universe. Like, just because we don't totally understand certain aspects about, like, you know, certain things like black holes or dark matter and shit like that, you know, and all sorts of other shit about the universe, just because we don't understand those type of things, doesn't mean there's, like, some God or some other ethereal nature about it. I mean, you know, because whatever that might be is honestly just some shit we just haven't totally figured out yet about the universe. That's just a part of what it is. Like, we just haven't figured it out yet. I mean, which is fine. I mean, like, the universe is fucking, incomprehensibly big. Like, we're not gonna be able to figure out everything. I mean, that should be okay. So as far as I'm concerned.
Buildings is, we know for a fact that they're built. Like, we know that about them. Same thing with cars. Same thing with, you know, a watch that you find on the beach. As for a mountain, we know that wasn't built. We know that was shaped over time by geological forces, right? As for a tree, we know that grew from a seed. So there are things we know. We know the origin of many things, and complex structures can arise many ways. Some are created by human beings. Some are created by other animals, like, you know, beehives or beaver dams. And some are created by geological forces or by evolutionary forces. And we know the origin of most of these things. When it comes to some things, we might have some arguments still about what the origins of them are. But no one assumes that simply because they don't know who built something, it must have built itself. Here's one where there's just two.
Oh, what's this one? Well, let's pause this so I can look at it myself. So we got this guy doing his thing. I've thought the myth thought masculinity. Huh? Because he has a coffee and he's holding a phone and he doesn't look super buff, I guess? I don't know, like, I mean, he's got a beard. I mean, you know, what? Is it not like, you know, some gigantic, like, Conan the Barbarian fucking, like, berserker beard or some shit? Is he not wearing, like, the armor of a wolf and fucking, like, got a battle axe on his side or some shit? Like, I mean, like, what's he gotta be, you know? Like, I mean, and also, like, he has long hair, he just has it up in a bun. Like, I mean, if we want to go back in time far enough, like, men with long hair was seen more as a masculine feature, more so than not. Like, that's actually more of a recent thing where, like, short hair on men is a masculine feature, which I don't know why. It's kind of dumb, but whatever. Like, I mean, honestly, hairstyle shouldn't be, like, seen as masculine for men either way, but regardless, besides the point. But, like, what, is he just, like, is it because he's just literally not buff or something? Is that it? Because, like, I mean, he's a dude, just got some beard, you know, going on. I mean, you know, I don't know. Well, it's got, like, what, like, some Nikes or some fucking, what, like, Adidas or some shit? I don't fucking, like, what, like, you know, he's just got, well, I don't know, like, what? Base ass sneaker, like, what's up with him? What's not, like, what, is he not, like, there's nothing feminine about him. I mean, he's not, like, the most masculine fuck ever, but who cares? Like, what? Oh, my God, I hate this. Top masculine. I want this guy to literally be like Andrew Tate and beat the fuck out of me and then just treat me like a fucking piece of property. I just miss toxic masculinity. Oh, my God, look at this guy who just has a man bun, just, like, talking on the phone, enjoying life, and having a coffee, and probably talking to his friend or something. Oh my God, wow, what a feminized fucking little soy boy. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what's this supposed to imply? Like, you got a guy enjoying life, you know, I mean, he's happy. I mean, he's smiling, you know, he's kind of looking up at, you know, the sky, you know, probably, you know, checking out some of the clouds, and, you know, just doing his thing. I mean, he's vibing. Like, my boy be vibing, dude. What's wrong with him?
looking at a guy and they're just saying, I'm starting to miss toxic masculinity, because I guess this guy doesn't meet their approval. Like, he's too skinny, or he...
I mean, it just sounds like these bitches need to cope. Y'all need to cope. I mean, whoever made that, like, dude, who the fuck made this? Who was up here? Creator Syndicate? What the fuck? I mean, I can't even really read because this chat's there a little bit, but what, dude? Oh my god.
Yeah. Like, you would think they would really draw more of a total wimp than this guy, right? Like,
I mean, for real. Like, also, like, if they really wanted to, like, make a point, wouldn't he be, like, in drag or something?
draw someone who's
like,
kind of like disheveled.
Or, like, even more, like, overtly gay, or, yeah, or even disheveled or something. Like, wouldn't they make him, like, more overtly, like, I don't know, not just casual masculine, I guess?
Well, maybe, like, I don't know, fat, or, like, emaciatedly skinny, or just, like, you know, limp-wristed, weak, dressed effeminately. I don't know. Like, but instead they just kind of drew an average-looking dude and just said, like, oh, my God, look at this piece of shit.
They really did, though. I mean, I guess maybe he's a little limp-wristed, but he isn't, though. I mean, honestly, he got a fucked up elbow, bro. If anything, my boy got a fucked up, you know, like, I mean, he got a deformity. Like, I mean, if anything, that's what's going on. Like, it was toxic masculinity, you know, not, like, having deformities. Like, what, is this ableist? Look at him. He's got regular arm right here, but, dude, look at his elbow, bro. Look at it. Look at his left arm. Dude, like, his fucking, like... Dude, this part of his arm is just, like, gargantuanly long. And then he got, like, the tiniest little fucking forearm ever, dude. Like, I mean, if anything, my dude has got, like, you know, some, like, abnormal arms. Just because they're misshapen. I mean, like, he's not limp-wristed. He's just got, like, one arm that's just all, like, fucking, like, asymmetrical as fuck. Like, I mean, I can't even fathom, ow, oh my god, I almost got a Charlie horse in my wrist. I'm trying to, like, mimic that position. I literally can't. I don't even know how I could do that.
Hate him. It's just Vosh. I think Vosh is a little fatter than this guy.
And also, Vosh don't even got a man bun no more.
Here's another one in the head scratcher category.
If Woodstock was held today, how many transgender fans would there be? What? This is a head scratcher. What? I'm assuming this is a picture of Woodstock. Yeah, like, you have a picture where, yeah, you got, like, a lot of guys. A lot of shirtless guys. That happen to be, you know, like, right here, predominantly in the picture. But, notice, like, literally the pixelated amoeba of people. Like, hundreds of, like, thousands of people in the background. Like, what? Am I supposed to, like, think that there isn't at least a few trans people there? Because, yeah, there probably were. In fact, I'm probably gonna, you know, like, I mean, just assume that there honestly were. Yeah. Actually, yes. How many trans people there be? I don't know. At least a dozen. You know, I don't know. Dozen, 20, somewhere around there. I mean, not a lot, but I assume there's at least, you know, some of them out there. Like, yeah, I'm actually willing to say that, yeah. I'm willing to take a guess, say about 12, 20. In fact, maybe even a little bit more. Just, you know, maybe a little bit more of a little estimation, but, you know, honestly, all in all, yeah, I guarantee you there's at least some trans people there.
Woodstock.
I mean, it's fucking Woodstock, for fuck's sake. I mean, like, got a bunch of you know, like, you know, rock and roll, you know, bands, you know, like, anti-establishment, and, you know, anti-government in a lot of ways, fucking LSD, weed, all, like, dude, you got all that shit going on, mushrooms, stuff. Like, you tell me there ain't a few people that realized or thought, like, man, I'm actually, like, you know, trans or something. Like, what, am I supposed to think that there at least weren't a few people that probably, came to a revelation or already had that revelation or something? Like, I mean, really? It's fucking Woodstock, for God's sake.
How many transgender fans would be there? Like, let's play a game called Find the Point, because where is it?
Yeah.
What is this supposed to mean?
I mean, like, seriously, like, I mean, does whoever, like, posted this, do they not know what the fuck Woodstock is? Like, it was, like, a very hippie, progressive, lefty fucking movement and shit, and like, in a festival, like, what... Like, does this person not know what the fuck Woodstock is? I mean, TJ does, obviously, but, like... Huh?
No, 106. 1,052. Who knows how many there would be? Who cares? Who gives a rat's ass? What does that prove? What does that mean? Nothing. It means nothing. We're gonna...
Woke Airlines? We're gonna hit the mountain. Quiet, I identify as a pilot. Wait, who wrote this? Todd Showalter? Showalter? You literally have the most fucking dumbest name I've ever heard, Todd. Todd, you literally have the most dumbest fucking name. For a surname, is the most stupidest fucking name I've ever heard in my life. Showalter. Showalter, you're writing the fucking conservative anti-woke memes again? Like, oh my god, dude. Like, fucking the most measly ass fucking surname I've ever heard in my life. Oh my god. Ugh. And also, does this stupid fuck not know what the goddamn FAA is? Does he know, like, how hard it is to even be a commercial pilot, let alone be a pilot, period? Like, are you kidding me? I get the whole joke. Well, joke. Like, I get it, but it's so stupid. Like, having a gender identity is not the same thing as having a fucking career as being a goddamn pilot, you goddamn amoeba. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Identify as attack helicopter. Oh.
That mountain. Quiet. I identify as a pilot. Woke Airlines. Oh, shit. The same joke that they've told a million times again. Ha ha ha.
Yep. The same joke they've literally rephrased 8 quadrillion times ad infinitum.
But this time... No, this time it's the same as it ever was. Okay. Yeah, man, that one never gets old. It's just it's every bit as cherry as it was the first time you told it.
Yep.
Oh, this one, man, this one really.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sacrifice it all, celebrate for a day. Sacrifice nothing, celebrate for a month. Are you are they retarded? Do they not know that May is, like, military recognition month? Do they not know that? Like, really? And also, it's not for a fucking day. May literally has 2 military/veteran-based fucking days. Memorial Day and Veterans Day. And there's a whole fucking weekend around Memorial's Day. So... like, there's a whole month and 2 days within that month dedicated to this shit. What are you talking about? Like, that's literally a thing. And also, queer people have sacrificed, it all as well, but for different things and for different reasons. And also, like, oh my god, I can't even, oh my, I can't, oh my god. Like, because, like, yeah, sacrifice freedom by being a pawn for the military-industrial complex and for military profiteers and shit, and war profiteers. Like, yeah, sacrificing it all, for that shit. It's the same thing as queer people fighting for their gay rights and shit, like a Stonewall and stuff like that, cause, like veterans get fucked on like, gay people do every day and shit, just as hard. Veterans have been lynched just as much as queer people have, historically, 100%. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I hate this bullshit, dude. And also, it kind of implies that, oh yeah, there weren't militaries, veterans and soldiers, historically in the U.S. military that weren't gay or weren't trans or anything like that. Like, are you kidding me? Yeah, there literally are, and there were. Like, it's... So what? Did they not sacrifice it all? Did they sacrifice nothing? Fuck out of here. I hate this shit, dude. I hate this bullshit.
Think. It's one of those ones that really makes you think here. I'm going to make this as big as I can. I guess that's good enough. Sacrificed it all. Celebrated for a day. Sacrificed nothing. Celebrated for a month. Well, did you guys know that the month of May that we're just exiting as of the recording of this is actually Military Appreciation Month?
Yeah, which obviously it's June 17th, so it's well after the fact, but yeah, it literally was.
I didn't know that either. You know why I didn't know that? Because all these people who claim to be so upset that the gay people get a full month didn't even mention it. They didn't once mention throughout the entire month of May that it was Military Appreciation Month. Not only that, but veterans have 2 days. There's Veterans Day and Memorial Day.
Yep.
So, yeah. And plus there's so many perks involved in the military service in our country. There's like...
Yeah, I mean, there's like various different discounts. I mean, even though the VA is fucking broken, and I do think it needs to be revamped and, made way better. I mean, the fact that veterans do have that in the first place is way better than what a private citizen can get, frankly. I mean, just gonna be blown with that. I mean, it's still broken and fickle and not good. Especially from what I've heard from various different veterans personally and from, people online and otherwise. But nonetheless, I mean, it's like it's better than what we get as, a citizen and shit. Unless we can pay enough money for good insurance. And even then, they might deny you. So it's just like, I mean, like, there's a lot of legit perks that, do kind of come with it. And honestly, I mean, I've watched, enough, military YouTube shorts and, like, military channel type of guys and stuff to kind of know that there, in a way there are, for sure. But at the same time, I mean, there's a lot of cons to it, too. I mean, it's kind of like the thing with it. It's like, it's kind of a give and take in a way.
Counts. And there's, like, easier pathways to education, easier pathways to housing. I mean, there's so many perks and benefits to being a veteran. Obviously, if you die in service, that's not going to do it. But also the idea that LGBTQ people have not sacrificed anything in their long struggle for rights and recognitions and to be treated with anything resembling human decency. The idea they haven't had sacrifice along the way, pretty much an absurd lie.
It is.
But not only that, like this idea, and plus, I guarantee you, and we know for a fact, some of those graves up there have gay soldiers in them.
Yep.
There are gay soldiers that gave their lives for this country, are there not?
There is, for certain. Like, I mean, it's just objectively a fact that that's the case. I mean, it can't just... You just literally can't beat around the bush around that.
Sure. So the idea that that these are two antagonistic groups that are at odds with each other is preposterous. There's overlap. There are LGBT service members. So where do they fall in the equation, right?
Oh.
This is Matt.
Oh fuck, Matt Walsh. Karen is a racial. Karen's a racial slur? Fuck out of here, Matt Walsh, you Nazi little faggot fuck. Like, go fuck off. Oh my god. If I, derivatively, refer to a random black woman that I find known as Shaniqua or whatever, everyone will consider that racist. Because it would be. Because that literally would be. Like, you can't just, like, what? Oh my, you racist Nazi fucking piece of degenerate fuck. Oh my god, I would literally skull fuck the shit out of you until you croaked. Oh my god, in Minecraft. YouTube, all content is satire. But, like, oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, ugh, you fucking racist knob. Like, and also, Karen has been used against men, women, black people, white people, Latino. Like, dude, Karen is, like, not racial at all. What, oh my god. What the fuck?
So you can expect some intelligent commentary here.
Whoa.
Karen is a racial slur. If I derisively referred to a random black woman I find annoying as Shaniqua or whatever, everyone would consider it racist. The Karen slur is used to dismiss and degrade white women. That's the whole point. The Karen slur is, I mean, well, first of all, calling it a slur is pretty much absurd. But the Karen label is meant to describe...
Also, Candace Owens openly calls herself a Karen. I think she literally calls herself the Queen of Karens. Like... The Candace Owens, like the fucking racist black bitch herself, is literally just like, yeah, I'll literally call myself a Karen. Like, I mean, so it literally isn't a white racial slur. It's just like, it's just preposterous.
A particular sort of person. And yeah, oftentimes it is a white woman, but there have definitely been black women who have been slapped with the Karen label. There have been men that have been slapped with the Karen label.
Yep.
Karen is not about race. It is about a personality type. It is about an attitude of entitlement that reaches absurd levels. And it is about a sense of self-importance as if you can just go around and police the world to your whim. So Karen is a universal term. It is not just applied to white women. It's just that a lot of white women happen to be the people who have this attitude for some fucking reason. This is the actual left's version of the MAGA car.
Some person's weird, like, beat down station wagon. Okay. And it's a bomba! A Bombay! It's a bomba! This is an Obama car. Wait. Have I seen this? Oh my god, is this literally a meme from, like, 2014 or something? Oh my god, they're literally are, dude, they are literally dragging out memes from like 2010 and 2012 or something. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. You what? You gotta be kidding me. Wow.
Remember this when they say only the right worships politicians. All right. So you guys searched high and searched low. And eventually you found a Obama car.
Which is literally from like the mid-2010s, bro. Like, I honestly, dude, I remember seeing this car. Like, now I'm looking at it, it honestly looks familiar, dude. Like, I remember this shit. Like, this was a thing back... Oh my god, man. I mean, it says Obama, so it was back when... Oh my god, dude... It was back when Obama was president. Like, they literally had to search far and wide and be like, this is a Biden car. Even though it says Obama on it. Like, they had to go back to, like, 2009 to find this shit, dude.
How everything is equal. Well, the problem with that is, I have seen exactly one Obama car, and I have seen caravans upon caravans of Trump trucks and Trump boats.
Dude, I see fucking Trump trucks, and you know, I've seen Trump boats around here too. I mean, like, those fucking things are around here. Like, dude, like the Trump political, like, right-wing, like, politician bullshit. Oh my god, it's a dime a dozen. Actually, speaking of which, like, the house that used to have like that Smokey the Bear, only you could prevent socialism, like, keep America great flag. they actually took it down. When I was visiting my mom last time and I walked by that house, they didn't have it up anymore. So I think they finally, you know, took it down, or maybe someone took it or something. Which, if someone took it, then goddamn it, that's supposed to be my job in Minecraft. All content set there, YouTube.
And to say that this is that you know, some leftist has this Obama car is pretty friggin' stupid. There is no one on the left who gives a rat's ass about Obama. Maybe there were some leftists who cared about Obama like before he got elected, when we thought that he might actually shift the country at least marginally to the left. But once we figured out that he was just another bought and paid for centrist shill, we pretty much dropped it.
Yeah.
All right, this one is going to compare two of history's.
Oh my God, Hitler and Bernie. Oh my, no, dude. Oh my God, you gotta be fucking real. You can't, nah, dude. You can't be serious. Oh my fucking God. Oh my.
Diabolical men. This is going to compare the evil Adolf Hitler versus the evil of Bernie Sanders. Believe state power would fix Germany. Believe state power will fix America. Proposed gun control, proposes gun control. Promised a political revolution, promises a political revolution. Calls himself a socialist, calls himself a socialist. Blames the Jews for Germany's problems, blames the rich for America's problems.
The rich are not the Jews, by the way. Oh my God. Like, Hitler proposed gun control for, well, marginalized, you know, people who were in, like, literally anyone who wasn't, like, of Aryan blood. Like, which include Jews, by the way. Like, he, like, was very selective about that. He was actually very open about having, like, you know, Aryan/German specific, like, you know, people and shit having, like, paramilitaries and guns themselves, but literally everybody else, no.
Regulated economy wants a heavily regulated economy. Yep.
Hitler's economy wasn't even that heavily regulated. Like, what the what?
Yep, you guys have really nailed it this time. Bernie Sanders is Hitler, y'all.
Oh my God. In order to even break this down, oh my fucking God.
I mean, to be fair, every politician in America that's worth their salt will eventually get compared to Hitler. I mean, I've never seen it fail to happen.
I mean, honestly, that does happen. I mean, there's something about, like, American politicians where, like, to a certain degree, like, their opponents will be like, they're fucking basically equivalent to Hitler. I heard of Obama, I hear of Pelosi, I hear of Biden, I've heard of Trump, for sure. I hear it all, like, with pretty much, like, any of them. So, yeah, like, yeah, to a certain degree, like, any politician worth salt, there's going to be at least somebody out there that does not like them that will literally compare him to Hitler.
You know, Obama.
It's the old Godwin fallacy.
Was compared to Hitler.
Oh, God.
Trump was compared fairly to Hitler. And now, even poor Bernie Sanders, somehow Bernie Sanders is Hitler. Okay. Basically the same guy, yeah.
Yep.
Who pays for the free health care? Who pays for the free health care, mother...
Who pays for it is called taxes, my dude. Like, a universal healthcare system has a thing called, taxes that, you know, help fund those things, and how those taxes, you know, are done, you know, can mean that, you know, there can be certain people that probably, I don't know, have a lot of money to probably invest into those type of things, like, you know, I don't know, like the upper class and shit like that, you know, like, you know, people that have, like, billions or millions of dollars and shit like that, you know, so you know, stuff like that, probably. You know, and, you know, it's just like, and even then, you know, even with that in consideration, I mean, there could probably even be like a 1-2% that everyone else, you know, can, you know, partake in. And you know what? Like, yeah, that's how that would work. Because then you don't have to pay out of fucking pocket for healthcare and shit. Have to worry about, like, if you're insured or if you're going to be denied or accepted, you know, or qualify for this thing, or you got this and that. You don't got to worry about that bullshit. No got about where you got no goddamn middleman fucking extorting your ass and shit. Don't gotta worry about that stuff. It's just taken care of, like, you know, out of, you know, like, not out of pocket, but, you know, like, you know, if you're sick, get help, basically. Like, wow, what a horrible, crazy, fucking insane, radical idea to just, you know, conceive of. that so many other countries were able to figure out in one way, shape, or form. Like, wow, what a radical communistic fucking idea. It might as well be like the equivalent of like fucking Stalin, Hitler quantified into like some stellar like mega demon being. It's like, damn.
Taxpayers. Do you know how our system works? It's taxpayers, the same people who pay for Social Security, the same people who pay for the defense budget, the same people who pay for everything. All the money our country spends comes from taxpayers. So that's who pays for it. This one I pulled just for sheer cringe value. Meanwhile, on the mothership, the U.S. just destroyed our probe. Maybe it's time we destroy the U.S. Why? Biden and the Democrats are already doing that.
Oh my god. Who's this by? Americans for Limited Government. Oh, dude, who in the like, what like goddamn like laboratory is this shit being made out of, dude? Like, what fucking factory is this shit being made from, dude? Like, oh my god. So like these like Biden and Democrats are destroying the U.S. and destroying our probe. We don't have to worry about a thing. It's like, what? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, aliens, due to, like, the sheer technological advancement they would probably have, would, like, I don't know, have, like, far more efficient means of destroying the planet if they wanted to, I guess. Like, oh my god, this one's, wow.
Oh, alien. You so-and-so. Man. Like, can you imagine actually getting a real chuckle out of this? Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of did, but because of how dumb it was.
Good point, alien. And here we are, back at the beginning. So I guess that's all. That's all we got. That's all.
Damn. That's all the memes
we got for that segment.
Damn. Oh, wow. That was a journey. That was a journey. Oh my god. Ugh. Oof. Wow. Those memes were exceptional. Why do I feel like it only got worse as it progressed? Ugh. Honestly, probably because it was. Probably because it did. But anyway, gotta get me some food and some Z's, all that good shit. So, of course, be back around for the next one. So, peace out. And I'll see y'all in the next one. So, toodaloo, bacaloos.